Hey guys, just a heads up. I'm here looking at some charts, but I'm a little bit delayed this morning. I have an important call, but we'll be here for live trading. Do have Meta on watch for a bit of a long. You're coming into an interesting zone, back testing a breakout zone. You have a massive volume weighted average price in this vicinity going all the way back to February. Good morning, John. Good morning, Peter. Um, Again, nice to know that we still have some SPY puts and IWM puts that are working out quite nice. Basically, that SPX trend line, that confluence zone is working out quite nicely as a short area. We'll see how much downside we can get. Remember, we still got more tech earnings to happen, but what's really structurally occurring in the market is a big breakout in the US dollar. And then we also have a really decent dead cat bounce in interest rates this morning. So, like I said yesterday, the 2-year yield, often the Fed FOMC is a buy the rumor, sell the news. And you can see that with 2-year yield absolutely ripping to the upside here. Your IWM getting slapped around. So, I got Meta on watch for a long. I've also got Microsoft on watch. Obviously, they're making some pretty big moves. And then you got Google. Google's into the stratosphere here. Probably a top short idea with this blow up top gap move. They were stellar earnings, but Google's getting a little bit lofty here. I mean, I think it could push to 300 based off of sheer momentum, but definitely getting a little bit lofty up in this region. Chipotle Mexican Grill got absolutely slaughtered, pulling back as the younger generations are pulling back their spending. Again, this one I thought would bounce a lot higher. I'm already holding long underwater, but nevertheless, Chipotle I think still makes sense for a longer term position, which is why we're in common shares. I think that this is getting close to your next accumulable level. You can see you're backtesting that 618 zone. If we throw on some of the moving averages, you're now piercing a 365-week moving average. The last time you pierced that level was COVID, your COVID crash in 2020. So this is a big value area. The company's still kind of a leader in the fast food space, and it's still growing its top and bottom line revenue, although it did miss on the revenue. It's still looking to, I think, open more stores, expand its footprint, and change its menu, but nevertheless under a lot of pressure here in the pre-market. Natural gas has inventories today at 10:30. I'm looking at playing a potential move if we get some volatility in the space. Right now, the technical pattern is pretty constructive on the daily chart. You're still holding above this previous gap fill. You need to recapture that 7-day moving average for nat gas to break out of this bull flag, and then you could likely target this 421 high pivot. So if nat gas inventories come out decent, this will pop because the interesting thing, natural gas inventories have been pretty lackluster and weak over the last couple weeks, other than that big news pop on the colder than expected weather, but the inventories didn't really support that. So right now, if nat gas shows strong inventories, then it sets up for this technical pattern to continue because the fundamentals are weak right now, but the technicals are strong. So you have this mixed divergence. 660. You got a nice volume weighted average price undercutting a little bit of a breakout zone. You do have some moving average support that you're piercing. You're piercing your what is that? Your daily 200 MA there. So it's a nice area. I think that could get a little bit of a day trade scalping bounce. You also have this really fascinating long-term trend line on the weekly chart going back to 2022, connecting to the 2023 pivot through this big breakdown chop, kind of confluence. So just a scalp, not a swing, just a scalp, guys, just a scalp. We're also looking at Googly Moogly for a big short. Probably going to go in with hoping that it revisits the pre-market highs, but or even 300 would be a nice area. But anything in this vicinity is looking pretty interesting. Hey guys, we have had a really strong bounce off of the lows in the S&P 500 here, IWM. Everything has really had a really stellar push here. I'm just jumping back on here. I've been watching the markets. Had to take a very important call, but nevertheless, let's see what we can do here for trade setups, guys. All right, so Google still on watch for a short. I think the whole market still remains a bit of a short. You're just getting that big liquidity dead cat bounce. You still got weakness across Amazon, Microsoft, Nvidia. Google still up 5%, Meta down 10.8, Tesla down 1.7. QQQ still underperforming while the Russell's green. So again, Microsoft really has had a weak bounce off of the lows. I think that Microsoft is probably also a short, guys. Um, One of the reasons it's not really bouncing with the market right now. And you can see Microsoft's kind of pre-market low areas from its earnings gap down yesterday was all the way here. So earnings low, that would be nice to revisit. And that would obviously hurt the market as a whole. If Microsoft were to revisit this 513 area, we're watching that closely. Let's see, Bitcoin getting absolutely slapped. The dollar has pulled back a little bit, which is helpful for the overall market in the very near term. Yields have softened. Crude oil still weak on the session. Got Nvidia bouncing a little bit. IWM's had a really fat bounce. Got some pockets of strength in the market, but a lot of mega cap weakness through Meta. Your S&P is still trying to bounce. It's hitting a 10-minute resistance, which is your 10-minute EMA 113. We will see if it wants to get slapped right back down. I was looking for Google short op 300. Don't know if it'll get there. Um, Google pre-market high was just below 300. It's getting, technically this pre-market low is a resistance on Google. It can be shorted. I'm personally going to wait for Google to try to sweep this opening range high again for a short, but Microsoft looks like a short. The S&P looks like a short with a stop loss at these recent pivot highs. So I think there's still quite a bit of meat on the bone to see definitely some more downside in this tape. Bitcoin's still struggling. Financials have had a nice bounce today. Ethereum getting absolutely wrecked. Chipotle getting wrecked. Home Depot. APLS down 19.8%. That's also wrecked. Viking Therapeutics. That's strong on the session. Your S&P still trying to hold some structure here. Nvidia kind of bubbling up against its prior day low, 204.77. It's a little bit of an interesting zone as well. Surprisingly, even with all the selling in mega caps, which obviously they bounced, the VIX is still red, guys. Remarkable, eh? Truly remarkable. Big bounce on Meta off of the lows, sweeping the 650 zone, bouncing to 668. Again, but this Microsoft looks weak. Very weak. Microsoft looks like it wants its gap fill, guys. I mean, I would be hard pressed not to think that that doesn't come into its gap here. I'm honestly considering shorting Microsoft here. Some put options. Just trying to see how this market settles out here, but I think Microsoft, yeah, 525 puts look pretty juicy. Just see if they want to bounce off this OR low again. But yeah, Microsoft looks very weak, guys. Your Russell's seeing a little bit more selling. Again, I closed my S&P 500 puts pretty much at the lows of the session when we were piercing 682. I was writing the November 7th 682 puts with members. I closed them literally down here. So that was a nice little area to close them at. You're seeing a pretty big bounce in the market again. Nice little push through that resistance high pivot. I do have a big shortable level on the S&P 500. The fact that we're getting this big of a bounce just shows you how many FOMO dip buyers there are in. I'm still riding also that lotto from yesterday, guys. BE put option, the 120 lotto put. Just a few contracts. But I still think Bloom Energy can really come in here. All right, guys, I jumped into Microsoft. Microsoft. This is high risk. Meta's still trying to bounce. Nvidia trying to bounce. Come on, Mr. Softy. Chop it down. I think my stop loss on the trade, the Microsoft trade, will be let's go back to that 5-minute chart. Yeah, 5-minute close above this red bar will be my stop on Microsoft. All right, Bloom Energy tanking a little bit more, guys. Ticker BE, looking for another new low of day. Chop it down. Come on, come on. Pre-market low still at 123.74. Meta now seeing a little bit of sell side pressure here. META. SPY has a little bit of top wick distribution, but still bouncing quite nicely. A little bit of distribution at the highs here. Oh, big bounce in Microsoft. They're going to try to stop me out, aren't they? They're going to try to stop me out, aren't they? Come on, softy. Go soft again. Meta's starting to curl down. Nvidia trying to push up a little bit. Two more minutes drop. Yeah, it's definitely in a downtrend. Definitely in a little bit of an intraday downtrend. This is a nasty. Whenever you have a bearish gap over a bullish gap, that is a liquidity trap that causes the bulls in this movement to liquidate. So that's why I'm expecting Microsoft to go down. Obviously, Microsoft's not getting as much attention because Google and Meta are kind of taking the hype, which leads me to think that not as many people are trading it, although it's got a ton of volume today. Don't get me wrong. Meta and Google, because the moves are big, are getting much, much more hype. But when you look at it on a technical basis, you had that bullish gap breakout. Now you're having a bearish gap down over that bullish gap. So that is a liquidity trap that I love seeing. It's a high probable setup that we go lower. It's just a matter of, again, how much dip buying comes into the market. Obviously, we've had a really strong bounce off of the lows. Microsoft's kind of been lagging. How do I see Oracle? Let's take a peek at Oracle. Yeah, Oracle's also under some near-term pressure. Um, yeah, it's definitely Oracle's coming into a bigger support level, this previous pivot high, but it's definitely broken some structure and looks quite weak on the daily, but intraday, I wouldn't be surprised if this one tries to get back to that prior day low. I would short it off a prior day low for a scalp. All right, markets are trying to bounce still a little bit here. IWM still trying to curl down, testing 246.79. Your S&P also curling slightly down. Microsoft, uh-oh. Microsoft's trying to bounce here. So I might get stopped out. Again, I'm looking for a 5-minute close above this red bar. Come on, don't do that to me, Microsoft. You bastard. Even though there's quite a bit of red on the screen, there's still quite a lot of green on the screen as well. You're seeing financials, healthcare getting a nice little push here. Bloom Energy, what else we got going on? Bitcoin's still down 1.7. Starbucks is green. Clorox is green. And face down a little bit. Chipotle getting smoked. Damn. Damn, Chipotle. Whoa, Carvana down 10%. I didn't even see that, guys. Holy moly, that's bouncing sharply too. Look at CVNA. Did anyone short CVNA yesterday into their earnings? Wow. It's a nasty gap, getting a really big buy the dip. This is also going to be a shortable area through this 320 zone. You pierce 320, Carvana becomes a little bit of an aggressive short down again, back down to the lows. I wouldn't be surprised if the S&P tries to revisit the lows. It's really going to come down to what the heck Google wants to do here. Google's acting exceptionally well, though. Exceptional. Looks like maybe Google wants to sweep that high bar again, guys. Stop out the shorts. So Google's bouncing pretty phenomenally here. Pre-market low. Yeah, the car industry is getting smacked. I've actually even seen a lot of dealerships announce closures, right? It's definitely getting smacked. And honestly, guys, the car industry is a little bit of a forward indicator for liquidity in the market, the overall economic health. So car manufacturing is a big part of the economy. No matter how you see it, it employs a lot of people, uses a lot of material, uses commodities. So it's a big component of our economy. And when that demand starts to slip, it does often it's a forward-looking indicator of potentially some things to come. Don't want to get too bearish. We're starting to get a little bit of signs of cracking in the system. Oh, but I loved Pal's comments yesterday. That was freaking amazing. When there's fog, you slow down. Ooh, guys, look what potential candle formation is forming on Google. I'm not going to tell you what candle that is. Any guesses? What technical candle that potentially is forming? Obviously, there's a lot of time left in the daily chart session, but what type of candle is that forming? We just traded it on Nokia intraday. Look at Microsoft getting slapped right back down. Chop suey. Chop it down. Slap it down, Microsoft. Slap it down. Give me a breach of those lows. How low can you go? Seriously, what candle is this, guys? What candle is this forming? Anybody know? I've mentioned it. All right. It's called a daily chart hanging man candle forming. Looking nasty. Ooh, new low. Slapping Microsoft down. Puts are paying. Puts are paying. Boom, boom, boom. Damn, you guys could have even gotten better entry than me. I sent out that Microsoft put option alert to the group. And we are ripping. We are ripping down. Take us down to the gap. All right, members. So if Microsoft hits 525, I'm going to trim half. We'll trim half, move stop to break even. We're ripping. Come on, 525 puts. Pay us. All right, Microsoft falling into that 525 zone. Oof, contracts are ripping, guys. Ripper. Let's go. All right, guys, 525 puts are in the money. I'm selling half, just sold half. Banger. Boom. Stop at break even. Huge gain there on Microsoft, guys. Huge gain. Boom. Beautiful. Just over 60% gain on the first half. Stunning little trade, guys. Amazing. That was a live trading alert sent out to the group, netting 60% gain on first trim. Let's see. If we overshoot this gap fill, guys, on MSFT, that would be the next area to cover, right into this pierce of this gap. We're too close not to hit this gap, guys. We're going to hit this gap here. We are too close not to hit this gap. Now I want to see it undercut this pivot high. Stunning little breakdown there on Mr. Microsoft. That was telegraphed well in advance. It's a pleasure doing business with you. 1 for 1 here in the live trading room. Let's get her. Why is my telegram? Ah, there we go. And again, you guys could have got a better entry than me when I tried sweeping that high. That's a stunning move. Come on, take us lower, Mr. MSFT. Take us lower. Take us into that gap. I would look to trim the rest of my put options at a pierce of this red line, kind of piercing the gap into this red line here, 523 pierce. Look at Google. Google is Googling today, guys. Holy moly. What a ripper. What a ripper. All right, let's look at Meta real quick. Meta is still just chopping around under pre-market low. Technically, Meta's also a short. Boom, boom, boom. Pow, 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 pow. Boom, 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 boom. Pow, 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 pow. What's we got going on, guys? Let's sniff out some more gains in the market. Is gold a short yet, Dom? Is gold a short? Intel down 1.3. Silver up 2.4. CVS down. Baxter down. Light Uber's green. What else can we trade here? CI, holy moly, CI, guys. There's a lot of stocks that are making big bearish moves, guys. Big bearish moves. I mean, holy moly. Like, for this stock to be down as well, Cigna Group, has that bounced yet? No, that's had no bounce yet either. Wow. Wow. Look at Microsoft. It's giving you a big fat bounce, retest, and continuation short. Again, I have a break-even stop. Wow, look at this Cigna group. That is just filthy. That's actually really, really filthy. That's a move and a half, guys. You've now swept that low. You've filled the gap, and it's a weekly gap. I mean, you're getting ready for a bounce here on Cigna. Can you smell it? Cigna, Cigna, Cigna. So you had that initial opening minute bounce. Now it's just getting sold into. Ticker CI. There was your short back test on Microsoft. It's starting to come in. Sell it down. Sell it down. SPY's trying to hold its opening range high. Nvidia is still trying to hold steady. Market is still showing some strength through certain semiconductors. Semiconductors are barely down on the session. Everything else is showing a little bit of weakness in the tape. Guys, I'm tempted to trade this CI, ticker CI. Cigna. I'm tempted for a dead cat bounce here. It's so many temptations, so many traps. Ah, I see you. There's a nice little gap fill that it wants. Sometimes you gotta really zoom in on these gaps, guys. They're easy to miss. But I see you. Don't think you're trying to sneak by me with this gap fill here. Look at that little 247.50 zone. Look at that. That's where you probably want to go. Let's see you. Let's see where you're going to go. All right, I'm going to look at scalping long this ticker CI, guys. Cigna Group. Cigna. Let me see. What are we down? 16, 17% right now. 2% bounce would take you back above 250. Let's see what these 250 calls are worth. 250 call for end of the week. Oh, that's disgusting, that spread. Are you serious? What the hell? It's a $2 spread, $2.20 spread on a 420 bid. That's just gross. That is gross, guys. Oh my gosh. Why you gotta do that to me? Might as well just buy commons. Oh, I really wanted to trade options. All right, what about 255 bounce? That's still a wide spread. It's better, but 75 cent spread on a $2 call option? Come on, are you serious? Why you gotta do that to me? I don't even like the 255s. I'm not too sure about that big of a bounce. What if we buy in the money? 245s. That's still so big. What the hell? All right, the options trade is off the table for Cigna. Commons off that 247.50 area probably will pay. Yeah, 8 RSI. Anonymous is saying still holding Nvidia shorts. Yeah, Nvidia is now curling down. Nvidia had a nice breakdown into that gap. It still hasn't filled that gap, which is pretty remarkable in my opinion. Pretty remarkable. Guys, you know what stock is dirt cheap down here? Baxter. Baxter. Read all about it. All right, your S&P 500 still just chopping around here, lulling people. It's like a 50-50. Do we push to the gap? Do we push to the lows? 50-50. I don't like those odds. I'd rather just go to the play some blackjack if I want 50-50 odds. Well, blackjack's almost 50%, but not quite. All right, how's Google? Ready for a short yet? Getting there. Getting there, guys. If Google sweeps this high pivot, I want to see kind of an impulse surge with shorts covering, and then we get into a short trade. Go, Google, go. Sweep that low. All right, Microsoft might stop me out of my runners. Again, I have a hard stop at 295 on the other contracts. I would consider reshorting Microsoft. I certainly would. Nvidia curling down, Meta's still sucking. IWM's trying to bounce. Hershey down 5.62%. Guys, there's some crazy, crazy moves in stocks that you wouldn't expect, like Cigna down 17. Wouldn't have expected that. Hershey down 5. Wouldn't have expected that. Chipotle down fucking 17. Wouldn't have expected that. Holy shit. You know, that's one stock that obliterated me. I'm actually long Chipotle Commons. Now it's a longer term hold with this massive gap down. Jeez. Just shows you can't win at all. I can't win all of the trades. Certainly I have my losers. Damn. Damn. Google. Come on, Google. Push up. I want to short your ass. Push up a little bit more. APLS still down sharply on the session. Carvana just sucking on the session, but bouncing nicely. Carvana. Home builders are strong today. Crypto getting wrecked. QQQ underperforming, down 0.8. SPY is down 0.46. Russell's still slightly green. All right, the VIX is turning green here, guys. There might be a VIX play. Who do we have earnings? Who's reporting earnings after the bell, guys? Who is reporting earnings? October 30th, the day before Spooky Day. Halloween. All right, whoa. Big day. Amazon and Apple, guys. Amazon and Apple. Hold your hats. Get ready. They're probably going to come in and save the market, aren't they? That's just filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. And you got Cloudflare, you got Reddit, you got Roku, you got Twilio or Twilio, Tomato, Tomato. You got First Solar, Vici Properties. You got MicroStrategy, you got Coinbase, you got Team Atlassian, you got Western Digital, you got Riot. Oh, there's a filthy amount of names. Your Gilead, Stryker Corporation. Holy moly, guys, we got so much action after hours. It's crazy. Make your head spin. Big push on the S&P 500 part and parcel due to Microsoft trying to stabilize and bounce. Let's see if some of the capital rotates into one out of the other. Meta's still just chopping sideways. Nvidia curling down, guys. Don't sleep on the big behemoth. It's curling. It's curling down. Apple's still green. Apple is still green. Oh, it's coming down. Spy is coming down. Where she goes. Migo's curling. Nvidia, new low of day. How low can you go? How low can you go? Go low, low, lower than the flow. Nasty stair stepping. Look at that. Drop. Sideways chop. Bear flag break and continuation. Now you even have an H pattern forming on NVIDIA that takes you even lower. We are set to see some more downside volatility. SPY might be another short here, guys. SOXX looking like it wants that gap fill. Let's look at some of these other leaders. AMD chopping down. Let's look at AVGO coming in hot. Coming in hot. Let's look at Qualcomm. Qualcomm giving up a large amount of its move, guys. Look at Qualcomm. What a blow-off move there on Qualcomm. Similar to kind of Nokia and OK. Knock knock. Who's there? Nokia Bears stepping in, guys. Nokia Bears are stepping in. That is filthy. Meta still continuing to sell here. Microsoft bouncing a little bit. But now you got your communication stocks going through their little wave of sell side pressure. Microsoft's going to have to do some serious heavy lifting to stop the indices from bleeding lower here if Google and Meta start to fall. Come on, Google, sweep those highs. Please give me a short. I want to see you stop these bears out. Eat them. Eat them. Eat those grizzlies up there. Meta's falling hard, guys. Meta is revisiting the lows, it looks like. Oof, big breakdown in Meta. Mr. Zucky. Sucky. Come on, Meta. Fall. You had your initial bounce off of that previous breakout zone, your volume weighted average price. If you lose this volume weighted average price, they're going to target this weekly bar liquidity, which is around 645 Pierce. Again, weekly liquidity sits at 644-ish, guys. So we lose this area right now, and it's going to be night for Meta. Put on your augmented reality glasses. You're not going to want to see this drop. It's do or die here for Meta. Look at this 5-minute impulse candle. You lose that, guys. You short this name into the ground. Probably going to take some Meta put options. Let's see what we got. What are we? The low of days around that 650 area. I think we can revisit the lows. Let's see what these 650 puts are going for. 650 puts are 360, 380. That's not bad. That's not bad. All right, guys. I'm going to look at a Meta short here. Meta. Still got 5 runners on my Microsoft. We trimmed 61% gain. That was all brought to you live trading here. We gave you the thesis around Microsoft. We gave you the thesis about this bullish liquidity gap up being trapped by a bearish gap down that negates more sell side pressure. Now we got Meta losing volume weighted average price on the longer term chart, looking to target the weekly liquidity down below. If we lose this red bar, come on, give me a little bit of a bounce back into the 664 zone and I would short you. Come on, a little bit of a bounce. Don't break down yet. Don't do it, Meta. Don't do it. Give us a bounce so we can get you a little bit better on these put contracts. But I'm looking at the 650 puts, guys, end of week. 650 puts end of week. That's what I'm looking at on Meta. But I want to see it bounce here on the 5-minute chart back into the 664 handle. We get a retest of 664, and I'm going to short this puppy into the ground. Google still trying to press here, ladies and gents. Google's acting well. Come on, Meta, give me a little bit of bounce. Google, keep pressing. Google, guys, we're also going to short Google. I'm going to go in with, like, I don't know, some... Let me see where pre-market high is. I think we're bubbling up into it. Pre-market high is still at 299.50 on Google. I was hoping Google went to 300. Still could if the market saw a pretty fat bounce, but your SPY is curling down, guys. This market's getting some massive top wick distribution, almost like they're just slow dripping us down now. They're letting people slowly buy the dip like they're conditioned to, and I feel like they're gonna sell it into people here. Uh-oh. Remember, Q's being the weakest indice, never a good sign. Never, ever. Your dollar has taken a bit of a breather, guys, so that should be helpful in the near term. Your yields are taking a bit of a breather. Gold's trying to recapture 4K. Nat gas. Ooh, inventories are out right now, guys. Damn, no one told me. Natural gas inventories are out right now. What was the inventory report? We might have a trade set up here. 10:30. What's the play here? Nat gas. We get a pop. I will short the heck out of nat gas, but let me just see what these inventories are. Oh no, give me a pop, nat gas. Give me a pop higher. I want to short you. I want to short you. What is the inventory report for nat gas storage right now? Consensus is 71 billion. You can see it's dropping like a rock right now. Damn, there's just so much action. 74 billion bearish build. Another bearish build on natural gas, guys. Oh my goodness. 71 billion consensus, 74 billion cubic feet build across nat gas. Yet again showing weaker implied demand, guys. That is just filthy. Filthy on nat gas. This could give up its whole entire move. Look at where you're backtesting the 7-day. I mean, it's crazy the daily chart still looks pretty constructive, but this backtest here of the 7-day is technically a short. If you were to get a daily close above that 7, then you become a little bit more of a long. But the fundamentals are supporting lower price in nat gas, guys. They absolutely are. All right, Mr. Softy, making a move here, guys. Mr. Softy stopped me out of my runners at break even. I repeat, so we pulled 10 contracts, 61%, stopped out on the runners. At break even, your Russell and SPY are catching a pretty fat candle to the upside right now. I'm still interested in fading Mr. Meta. Zuck's gonna pay us. Maybe Zuck is gonna buy me my first pair of smart Ray-Ban glasses. Anyone got a pair of those yet? Did anyone pre-order them? The new ones with that little dongle thing? I can't remember what it's called. It always escapes my mind. I don't know. It looks pretty sweet to me. Little fun toy to mess around with. I'd use it to shoot some point of view videos here, trading. Anyone getting a pair? I want to hear some live feedback, not like YouTube and this and that. I'd rather hear some feedback from one of you guys. And honestly, the way you said billion had me thinking fact. Bears eat beats, Bears beats, Battlestar Galactica in the office. Oh, Meta's gonna get slippery here, guys. It's a slippery slope for Meta. This green bar candle is a make or break. Make or break, guys. This green bar impulse candle, you trapping that liquidity or what? Meta, meta, meta. Don't sleep on it. Jeez, my line's crooked. I think I'm drunk this morning. All right, Meta, volume coming in, breaking down. Sweep that 5-minute, give us a bounce and then a short. Don't just drop it like it's hot. Come on. All right, QQQ still down 0.82, looking nasty. Google still up 5.4. All mega caps are red. Even Apple has now gone to the dark side, but just barely. Tesla getting slapped around 3.43% down on this session. Google retesting pre-market low, looking pretty filthy here on Google. Let's look at Google here on the other screen because there is a short trade on Googly Moogly coming up as well. Nat gas is getting slapped around as well, guys. Google's trying to break out market heavy, market really heavy. All right, Nat gas is ripping to the downside right now. Nvidia is still trying to hold its low of day. Microsoft bouncing here. There is another short on Microsoft, guys, but it's back to 531-ish. Maybe even pre-market high at 532.49. Oh, I should have just jumped into Meta. I was looking for too clean of an entry. 664. Maybe we get it still. But Meta looks like it wants the lows again, guys. Meta is just Dirty, 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 dirty dog. Give me a little bit of a bounce, Meta. Google's still trying to run. Your Russell's ripping. SPY's trying to break out as well. What else can we trade this morning, guys? Anyone else looking at any other tickers that we haven't really discussed yet? Feel free to drop them in the chat box. Happy to take a peek at some things. I've made already enough to stop trading on the day trading session with Microsoft puts, but we're always looking for other opportunities since we're here staring at these candles. Microsoft still seeing some more selling, but it's definitely firmed up off of the lows. Meta trying to bounce. Come on, Google, give me a sweep of the highs. What are these Google puts worth? Google. I need some more coffee, guys. I need some more coffee. All right, SPY still trying to bounce. IWM still trying to push out of a 5 or 10-minute inverted head and shoulders bullish pattern. Has not triggered yet, but you're approaching a potential breakout on the Russell. Russell is definitely eating up some of this mega cap tech liquidity. That's clear as day. IWM still looking pretty decent down here, guys. Your Russell's not looking bad at all. ASTS looking wiki. ASTS is looking wiki. Let's take a peek at ASTS, the space satellite stock. Space, space, space. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting chart. Interesting level for sure. There's definitely some daily chart support that you're trying to maintain. You're above your 7, but sandwiched under the 20. So it's an iffy chart. I mean, you technically still have upside momentum on your daily and weekly charts. So I would still favor a bullish bounce in this name. I just don't know if they're going to wick it down to the 7, try to get more bears in. But this chart does look like it can press higher in the near term. Not a bad technical long spot, but there might be a touch of a liquidity sweep down before you go higher. But it does look like they're going to try to press it higher. ASTS. I wouldn't, it's a tough short. You know, the space theme is still loud, proud, and strong. And I mean, you got this interesting, very interesting potential 4-hour mini inverted head and shoulders. Granted, you haven't broken out of it yet, but you're trying to firm up on the 4-hour chart here. Nice little 7 and 20 crossover. Usually there's a little bit of a sell side dip when that happens, and you buy that dip for the next move higher, but it's looking like a continuation move long. Let's look at Rocket Lab here since we're on the space talk. Rocket Lab is a touch different here, guys. You're getting a bearish cross of the 7 and 20. Interesting. It's definitely more elevated. Rocket Labs came close to fulfilling my upside target, which is about 75 bucks. But that one's just shy. Interesting. All right, no breakout for your S&P. Microsoft back to 529. Meta's trying to bounce. Actually, Rocket Labs might be a fading opportunity. Let's look at the intraday chart here. It might be a short today, guys, Rocket Labs. It's looking like a nasty little breakdown. A little bit of a minor pop and it becomes a short. I mean, you're technically at a little bit of near-term support, which they can bounce it, but it's not a bad shortable zone if it pops a little bit. All right, let's look back at Google. Google is still trying to rip and trend here. Come on, Meta. Meta is trying to lure me in here, guys. Meta is wanting me to short it into the ground here. It's very tempting, guys. It's very tempting. I'm looking for a 664 retest and a short on Meta. I know there's a lot of people buying this dip in Meta, but communication stocks are weak. Weak, 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 weak. What is Meta now? The 650 puts are 410. Pop it up a little bit. Give me a short. Pop it up a little bit. SPY still trying to push here, guys. Your S&P 500 trying to break out. Your Russell still trying to break out on the 5-minute chart. Hasn't broken out yet, but they're trying to build a little bit of bullish inverted head and shoulders intraday patterns. Big fat candle bounce on Nvidia. Nvidia defending that low of day. Tesla still looks like dog shit. Ethereum and crypto still are nasty right now. But quite a few stocks have firmed up off of the lows. Financials are still strong. Here comes Meta. Here comes Meta. You know what stock is looking juicy, guys? Juicy. Is this WHC. Coal stocks, guys. On the near-term precipice of breaking out here and ripping to that 770 target. All right, Meta's getting interesting here, guys. I'm looking at a very aggressive 650 put on Meta. It's going to be very aggressive. 650 put on Meta. I'm looking at it around a tap of this red bar kind of high here. If we sweep this candle formation, I'll look to fade Meta. Piercing this green line, I'm going to look to jump into the 650 puts for tomorrow. Please size it accordingly. I'm going to use my Microsoft profits, which will be about 3-4 contracts. Probably take 4 contracts, guys. I want it under $3. Come on, give me it into the 2 club. Give me it into the 2 club. We're close. I am close, but the S&P and Russell are breaking out, so this is a very, very risky trade. Risky business, risky business. Do I hear the calling? I do hear the calling. All right, guys, I just entered a position on Meta 650 put filled at 288. 288 put on Meta. Nice little pierce there, guys. That's what we were looking for, that little liquidity pierce. Financials are strong because money's rotating out of tech. You think about tech stocks being the piggy bank for the market, right? You got Meta down sharply. That's a over $1 trillion company. You got Microsoft down, Tesla down, Google, that's still ripping. But tech stocks are the piggy bank for other companies right now. That's why you're seeing money rotating. Remember, the one thing about the tech sector, guys, and investments on Wall Street is some investors, many fund managers, have to stay long the market. So even if they're selling in tech stocks, they have to put their money somewhere else. Look at this. We're already ripping on our Meta puts, guys. Great entry on Meta. Fantastic entry. So what I was saying is when tech sells, a lot of that money still has to stay net long the market somewhere. So it rotates, right? And remember, tech, it doesn't take much tech money to move the other sectors of the market. So that's why you're seeing a great capital rotation trade. Come on, Meta, give me more. Give me more. These fucking bots, man. Who are these bots? Come on, Meta. Come on, Meta, Meta, Meta. SPY starting to come in a little bit, guys. Come on, we're up 20% on our meta puts already, guys, with that liquidity sweep. We are seeing SPY and Russell, a little bit of selling. Microsoft and Nvidia still trying to push up here. Come on, give us a sell candle there, Meta. Take us back down to the lows. Can we go 2 for 2 on these mega cap dumpster fires? I'm just kidding. They're not dumpster fires, but today they are. Look at Meta. Come on, Meta. Chop it down. Chop that baby down. Come on. Give me a hard candle. Take that liquidity. You know you want it. You know you want to revisit those lows. There's too much volume there. Institutions. We haven't even seen the volatility funds start selling yet. Well, we have seen, but usually there's more vol funds that have to sell just because Meta's done a very, very big breach. Come on, Meta. SPY softening. Russell softening. Still have Microsoft trying to push. Google still acting quite firmly here. Come on, Meta. Nice, 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 nice. Come on. Can see Meta's still under pre-market low, guys. Still technically bearish. The market, though, trying to hold steady here. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, sell it, Meta. Google, SPY coming in, guys. Your S&P coming in. Yeah, Boeing's getting slapped around. BA down 5%. Like I said, there's a lot of stocks making crazy moves today. A lot of liquidity is coming out of the market and rotating around. But generally speaking, I mean, when you see a lot of leaders, guys, in their sectors coming under pressure, that's a bit of a concern. You know, Meta, leader in communications. Microsoft, also kind of a leader in the cloud stocks. Um, you know, Boeing, a leader in its industrial sector. You know, you got insurance stocks under a lot of pressure. There's a lot of kind of your blue chippy names, institutional money that's kind of fleeing this market, or at least rotating around. Come on, Meta, give me a hard candle down, take the lows out. Come on. What are we looking for here? About a 1.2% drop on Meta. I'm going to actually tighten up this first TP level to about a pierce of 655. So around 654.70-ish, I'll look to trim Half of my puts. Come on. IWM seeing some sell side. Now we need Google. We need Google to come in. Come on, Meta. Chop it down. You know you want to. You know you want to. Don't you dare try to firm up here. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on out. Why don't they just rip this market down, sell it down back to the lows, and then you have Apple and Amazon come save the day? We all know Apple is going to have a stellar probably report. They've been trending. Yes, Meta. Meta. 420. Boom. Let's go. 280. We're printing, guys. We are printing. Our 650 Meta puts are ripping. Let's go. This is what I like to see, guys. This is what I like to see. Taking some mega cap liquidity. Let's go, Meta. Boom. We're testing almost up 40% on these Meta puts. Boom. Let's go. Meta, rip it down. Lose this 5-minute impulse candle. That's what we've been waiting for. This is the retest and breakdown. Let's go. Meta knifing. How low can you go? Let's go, Meta. Rip it, guys. We telegraphed that one. That was the free call out here live on the stream. Hit that like button. Free alpha here, guys. We're going to try going 2 for 2. So far, we are ripping. We made profit on Microsoft. Now we're making money on Meta. Let's take Meta down. Slap that augmented reality glasses off your face. Come on. Go, Meta, go. We're up over 50%, guys. Go, Meta. 55%. Come on, Meta. You got more. You got more. Let's go, Meta. Let's go. Pushing 65%, guys. 670%. Let's go. Pump it down, Meta. Give me that low of day retest. Give me a hard impulse candle down. We haven't even seen a big move. If we get a hard candle down, guys, into this TP1 zone, I will look to trim half of the position, all right? Let's go. Slap it. Slap it down, guys. We're up 70% and ripping. We're going to be up 100% in the blink of an eye. Holy moly, guys. Up 80, 85%. Let's go, Meta. Let's go. Come on, give me a little bit more. Please be nasty with it. Get nasty. Get nasty. Just eat that liquidity. Eat it. Eat it. Come on, you got more. That's a violation of this impulse green candle. Next, you look at the 10-minute chart. You're losing this potential 10-minute impulse green candle bar. Extremely bearish, guys. Extremely bearish price action in Meta. Boom. Come on, Meta. Meta's almost at TP1, guys. These puts are printing. Absolutely printing. Come on. Give me more. Give me more. Almost there. No, don't bounce it. Don't bounce it. Holy moly, guys. We're almost up 100% there. Actually, we did hit. We hit over 100% on that dip there. We hit over 100% on that dip there, guys. We're up over 100% right now. Have I trimmed yet? Nope. Should I trim? Maybe. Probably. But come on, a little bit lower, Meta. One more bar down. That's a bearish candle, 5-minute candle breakdown on Meta. Just knife it. Just knife it. Absolutely knife it. Come on. Come on, Meta. Go lower. Google starting to soften. SPY trying to bounce off of OR high. Come on, Meta. Lots of money still left on this trade. Come on. Come on, baby. Drop it. We're pushing 105, 110%, 100 and almost 125% here, guys, on these puts. Come on. We're almost there. Come on. Just one more hard bar down. One more hard bar down. Let's go. Come on. We bear today, guys. I'm a grizzly bear. Next stop is a polar bear. It's the only bigger bear than a grizzly is a polar bear. Come on, Meta. Take us down, guys. We're up 125% on these 650 puts and ripping. All called out to you here, live trading alpha. Oh, we're melting. We are melting. Come on, we're so close, guys. Google's starting to sell. SPY seeing some more selling. Come on, SPY. Don't tease me. Just knife it into my level. Pierce 655. Here we go. Here we go. Google starting to drip. SPY losing its OR high. Come on, Meta. Drop it into that 655. All right, guys. Pierce of 655 here. All right, I just trimmed half, guys, at $7. Boom. Trimmed half of my contracts. I have 3 cons running. Stop is now going to be placed at about $4. Huge trade there. Huge trade. Hitting TP1. I'm going to put an in the money stop. Just slightly in the money so I protect those gains from $2.88 to $7 on the first trim, guys. Stunning. Look at that. That is a money maker, guys. Money maker. And we're still printing. Boom. 143% gain on first trim, guys. And you could even trim even more here. These contracts are slippery and ripping. TP2 is a sweep of the low of day. Let's go. Beautiful. It was a first trim, guys, turning 860 bucks into $2,100 on first trim. Still have 3 more contracts running with a in the money stop. That is a gain and a half. Nice little trade there, guys. Beautiful. Boom. All right, guys. That's a nice day for me. It's a really nice day. Look to see if we can get some more off of this, but I have an in the money stop. Yeah, I know. All you need to do is follow a trade like that once with a full port and I wouldn't need to work. And that's the problem though, right? We do it once and the market's going to sniff that liquidity. I don't know how they know it, but every time you over leverage, like I only went 6 contracts. They were cheap. They were 283, so I was putting in about just over 1,300 bucks, 1,400 bucks in the trade, which is still reasonably small relative to the port, but you know, exactly. Imagine I put 100K in there or 500K. Boom. That's like 750,000 in literally what? We shorted off this candle 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Imagine full porting that 20 minutes, 500K, 750K. Oh my good. But I don't know. The market makers have some sort of a crazy, crazy way of sniffing out that liquidity every time you're too levered. I don't know how they do it, but I just can't. It's not worth the risk, right? You'll never forgive yourself. Obviously, if you get, and that's the thing, right? It's also kind of luck. If you full port it and you get lucky, then you're going to be tempted to do it again and again, and then eventually it's going to blow up in your face. So I'm happy with my gains. Would have been nice, put full porting that, sure. It would have been nice full porting Microsoft here, yeah, for sure. Basically a double top rejection, Microsoft going down to the lows. Excuse me, guys. But nasty. Let's look at the S&P 500. S&P 500 is still well off of the lows, but you're seeing a lot of those megas under quite a bit of pressure. Dom C saying CD earnings call happening right now. CDE. Thank you. Is the stock moving? Is the stock moving or what? All right, let's look at Google again. I still think there might be a short on Google. It's starting to come in. Meta should still hit the lows, guys. That's had a nasty breakdown. Meta's going to take out the lows. Honestly, it would not surprise me, guys, if Meta went to this weekly bar level. And I'm going to show it to you on this weekly chart. Especially if Google starts to roll here. Look at this, and this is a bit of an educational thing here. Look at this beautiful impulse green breakout candle, right? That was where you had really a decent breakout candle that negated a bearish breakdown. So this is where you had a bearish breakdown candle because it had a weekly lower close in this bullish candle here. And then you finally got above that bearish red bar candle by breaking through it with sheer force. And then you had your bull flag. And now the fact that we've violated some massive technical consolidation, it's I don't know, it's just almost like they're gonna push it here today. If not today, tomorrow, or very soon, I feel like they're gonna try to push Meta here to the 643. That's why it would not shock me for them to just rip the band-aid off. Remember, our market is hyperbolic. The moves happen quickly, fast, sharp. But obviously there's still a whole bunch of relentless bulls down there trying to eat up as well. So my stop loss, guys, on the 650 puts is $4. $4. Other than that, we let it ride, baby. We let it ride. So it's about a 40% stop loss protection, 40% in the money. But we let it ride, baby. Let it ride. Oh, Chipotle, Chipotle, Chipotle. What are you doing? 33 on deck. It is bouncing off of the lows. It's tempting. It's very tempting down here. Chipotle. Speaking of Chipotle, I'm getting hungry. Actually, I'm going to grab some more coffee, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we are back. We are ready for the next down leg. S&P looking like it's having a bit of a failed breakout. Microsoft back to the heavy side. MSFT breaching its opening range low. Microsoft hasn't even tested its pre-market low, guys. Don't sleep on Microsoft. It is looking real filthy, looking like the Meta 2.0. Oh, Microsoft. Oh, baby. Looking at oh, Meta, why didn't you just want to flush it, Meta? Come on, just give us another big flusher. This is technically a little bit of a short retest, but if you get back above this red bar, then Meta could push back to its opening range here. But for now, and I remember the time that I full ported was when I was shorting nat gas, and I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep for like 2 or 3 days. I was stuck in a short trade with way too much size in KOLD, and oh my god, I didn't sleep. I was literally freaking up late at night looking at the futures. Then as soon as 4 a.m. hit, I'm like, what the hell is happening? What's happening? The Widowmaker, yeah, it is. It's insane. I did not sleep. I think that one trade, although I made money on it eventually, that one trade kept me up for like 4 days. I think I lost like 2 years off of my life expectancy. Yeah, it was just crazy, crazy. Too over leveraged back in that 2020 crazy mania. Just no position management. Sorry, not 20. It was 2022. 2022. The crazy thing, it wasn't even my money. It was a family account that I was managing. So that was even worse. I was stressed out. Yep, experiences like that definitely make us better. Big bounce on Meta. Nvidia still holding steady. Apple back to the green side. Microsoft still chopping around. What's Google doing? I'm saying big silver and gold moves coming. They're always coming, Dom. We got a big market pump coming too. The question is when. Give me the contract. Give me the date. Give me the trade. What is the alpha trade? Gold is ripping though, back above 4,000. Read your upper comment. What experiences like that make us better and wiser traders? Or the what happened to your racing heart and brain for 3 days? Yeah, it was just a trade that kept me up at night, right? And if they say it keeps you up at night, that's the old Wall Street adage, and you're levered too much. Wow, Boeing horrific breakdown on its earnings, nastiness, downright nasty. Webull just can't get anything going. Robinhood down 1.6, but well off of the lows. AMD down a couple percentage points. Natural gas still actually holding quite steady here for nat gas. Interesting. A little bit of a dip, bounce, now another dip. Natural gas wants me to short it. Super, super tempting. Super tempting. Crude oil has made a nice bounce, guys. Let's look at energy stocks real quick. I think you're getting some tech capital rotating into energy. Yeah, look at these V-shaped recoveries occurring in energy stocks. Oxy. Yeah, look at that red to green reversal on Oxy, guys. That's a stunning move. A nice daily chart reversal trying to form here on Oxy. How's Chevron doing? CVX. That's getting a big bounce. Rig. TLT holding up considering? Yeah, so you've had a much more bigger bounce in the short-term rates, kind of like what we discussed. But TLT bouncing, and remember, this is likely just a short-term bounce in rates. It's usually a buy the rumor, sell the news, and that's kind of what we discussed yesterday. Don't be surprised for a big bounce in rates. That's often what happens. We gave the foreshadowing with the Canadian Bank of Canada, the rates, what were occurring there on the yield curve, and that's exactly what happened. So, but yeah, TLT is holding up quite nicely. If we look at the 20-year yield here, you can see yields are slowly getting sold into, which is basically the next phase to be expected. You might consolidate sideways here. You could even try to push up to the 50 here and try to recapture this red bar. See this breakdown bar here on the 20-year yield? That's what you need to watch and monitor. If you're long TLT, which is the 20-year inverse, you need to monitor this wide range red bar breakdown. That's your last bearish breakdown candle. So that's kind of where the stops will be on the trade. That is the big area. So we'll see if they want to try to run the stops, but that's the big area. If we look at the shorter term rates, the 2-year yield, all right, Meta's starting to see some more sell side. Let's go, Meta. Next leg down. So what's interesting is, okay, so here we have October 1st, wide range red bar, and October 10th. Let me just flip on these 10-year yield or the 20-year again. We'll put them side by side here on the daily chart. So we got the 20-year yield on the left, the 2-year yield on the right. So if we look at that same October 10th breakdown bar on each of the yield markets, you can see the 2-year yield has already closed above that bar, which is quite fascinating. So you can see the resiliency in the 2-year yield, basically already running the stops from that October breakdown, that October 10th breakdown, whereas the 20-year yield is still below that. So you can definitely see that short-term rates are much, much more volatile compared to the long end of the curve. But I would still watch that bar on the 20-year yield. Right now, if the 2-year yield consolidates above this breakdown bar, you can easily push higher here. But that's just kind of my little 2 cents on the trade. A little bit of a bearish divergence there. Microsoft still hasn't filled its downside gap yet. You have to think that it's going to, guys. I'd be quite shocked to see if Microsoft doesn't fill its downside gap. Very close to though. Very close to a new low of day, guys. Microsoft is melting here. Surprised it's not hurting the S&P more. But Microsoft's certainly coming in right now. Crude oil is ripping. Absolutely ripping. Google is starting to get faded again, guys. Google is so tempting to short, but it never just officially hit my level. It's unfortunate. Look at that liquidity coming out of Microsoft, guys. Oof, what a bounce in Chipotle. Damn, Chipotle's bouncing nicely off of the lows. Shit, I should have accumulated some more. It's already an 8% bounce. Maybe we'll get a retest. Just be patient. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be patient. But a nice solid bounce in Chipotle, guys. CMG. Look at that bounce. Seeing some nice accumulation, higher lows off of the lows there. Baxter also seeing some volume off of this lower vicinity. Ticker BAX, guys. That's seeing a nice move. Let's look at Carvana again. CVNA. What is Carvana doing? Whoops, that's the wrong chart. Yeah, Carvana's trying to bounce. Hasn't given us that higher high yet. But obviously, do I see Oxy going to 42? You know, oil's tricky. Oil is very tricky. Energy stocks are tricky. You know, oil does look like it's going to try to retest, at least the 50-day, which is sitting at 61.62. Let's look at XLE real quick. I would say yes, especially if mega cap tech earnings are seeing so much distribution. Usually when tech sells, energy stocks catch a bid. So I would likely say yes. I think that Oxy can go there. XLE is still maintaining structure above all of its key daily chart moving averages, so there's definitely some strength there. The only concern is the longer term pattern on crude oil is still pretty weak. You got the the bullish cross on the 7 and 20 daily chart of WTI, but this weekly chart is still looking pretty heavy on crude. But I think that it's a bit of a value play down here for energy stocks. Crude is still depressed. Oxy's been slapped around. I think the risk is definitely out of the trade. If you trade on the long side, it's not a bad area to get long. I think you just keep kind of a stop loss below today's low of day. So any sort of a close below on the daily chart below this low pivot, that's kind of your risk on the trade. So it's a pretty defined risk. It's not that much of a bad risk to reward. You could easily push up to this 42 area, this top of this wedge. So yeah, I would say Oxy can push to 42. But your stop would be a bearish breakdown of that area, of that daily candle. Oh, intraday? No, I don't see that. Intraday, 42 bucks. You're expecting a 3.5% move on Oxy intraday? No, I don't see that today. Even tomorrow that would be kind of a lotto. Like, I don't know. Crude oil would have to have some sort of news. It would have to have a big spike up. Like crude for Oxy to hit that, crude would probably have to be above 63 bucks WTI. So I don't see that. Yeah, tech stocks are pretty easy to see those big moves, but energy sector just doesn't get the liquidity like it should. It's like the commodity markets, right? No one likes commodities until gold's at, all-time highs, almost testing 5K or 40, whatever it was the high, 4,400 or whatever. What was the high on gold? 4,400-ish? Yeah. The positive for energy is that there is quite a bit of liquidity coming out of tech that could flow into it. That's the only positive I see. Let's look at Amazon here and some of the other mega caps. Yeah, so Amazon's making a nice little bounce here, back above its prior day low. So there's definitely some relative strength trying to creep into Amazon. Let's look at Tesla real quick. Tesla, oof, that's fucking filthy, guys. 4% down. That is a nasty potential breakdown on Tesla, breaking out on the daily yesterday and on a couple days. Wow. Oh, why didn't I see that, guys? Look at this daily chart hanging man candle. That's crazy, eh? And then boom, Tesla implodes. So Tesla's on watch for a failed breakout here, guys. If this is a failed breakout by today, it swings the probabilities of a move back down to 420. Meta's making a nice little push here, guys. So I did get stopped out on my runners. Locked in another 40% gain on the runners, but Meta made a big push to the upside there. So nice little overall win for Meta. That gas is actually pushing to the highs. Quite phenomenal to see natural gas holding off of its bearish inventory report, guys. Quite phenomenal. I might be interested in taking some Lotto SPY puts here, guys. Zero DTEs. We've kind of consolidated without breaking really above any sort of key levels. I mean, you're above your OR high and low. But SPY, I think, could easily revisit the lows, guys. I might take some more put options on SPY. Let's see what some zeros are worth here. You know, I think you're going to see Nvidia and Google start to give up some of the goods here. All right, I'm going to take some Lotto 681 SPY puts, guys. Right now they're at around 56 cents, 57 cents. All right, I'm taking a fill here, guys. 57 cents. All right, guys, Lotto size 4 contracts. Win, lose, or draw. We'll see what we make here. But 681 0 DTE SPY put. It's a Lotto. So size it for absolutely zero. Or if you want to put a stop loss, that's up to you. I will run with it. I'm just playing with some profits here. Again, this is a Lotto. I repeat, it's a Lotto. So size it appropriately. Size it for zero and you should be okay. IWM though, trying to firm up here. I probably should have picked on the Qs because there are some pockets of strength. But we'll see what happens here, guys. YOLO. We are still playing with profits, guys. It's been a very nice session with Microsoft and Meta. Meta was our big one today on the short side. And Microsoft also was a big winner. So this is just a small size position, 4 contracts at 57 cents. And we see what happens, guys. Guys, look at this Baxter catching some serious volume off of the lows. Look at that. That's a crazy move off the lows. Very big move. Hmm. Interesting. If SPY loses this 683.60 area, this purple dotted line, this is going to waterfall. Here we go, guys. Things are going to get real interesting here. You bought 75 SPY 666 contract for tomorrow. Holy shit, you're a maniac. You're a maniac. What are those worth? 666, you devil. You devil. You just want the market to fall. You'll be rich if that hits. You'll be rich if that hits, Dom. We're selling for 2 cents. Wow, big bounce on Chipotle. That's good, but wow, I thought it would give me an entry. Damn, just leaving the train station. Chipotle is getting bid up hard. SPY's melting here, guys. Nice little downward draft in the market. Our puts are starting to wake up here, but I think we got quite a bit. Google hasn't even started selling yet, so that's kind of the next indication. Starting to see a little bit of selling. Microsoft Meta's still trying to hold steady. Meta printed a 5-minute hanging man candle, guys. That's a bearish candle formation. You look at Meta's 5-minute chart. 10-minute chart's looking a little bit better, but that 5-minute chart, that is technically a bearish candle intraday. Generally what happens is you try to sweep the high and then that's a short. But Meta looks like it could potentially go back down here. I know it's looking like it's forming a bit of an intraday bull flag, but statistically that is a bearish candle formation on Meta, guys. 5-minute hanging man candle. Microsoft, look at MSFT, guys. Anyone still in those 525s? Holy moly, look at that. Microsoft now down 3.4%, filling its gap, and it's going to eat that liquidity, guys. Its earnings low is all the way down here at 513. Imagine it hits there in its earnings call, guys. I mean, that's down another 1.5%, guys. 1.8% down on Microsoft if it retests its earnings low there. That would be filthy. S&P 500 continuing to trickle here, guys. SPY's melting, guys. Puts are starting to print again. Those lottos are waking up. Those lottos are waking up. Mega cap tech is seeing some nastiness. Come on, melt it. Microsoft's bouncing a little bit. Let's look at Google here. IWM's now coming in. Meta's got some topics. Nvidia's melting, guys. NVDA is melting. Dom C is saying got some meta shorts running now. This sell-off in SPY is happening while Google isn't even moving yet. Not even budging. Pretty intense. Pretty intense, guys. Look at that downward move, guys. Puts are ripping. Ripping. Come on, get these 681s green. Get them in the money. All right, guys, my first trim level on these SPY 681s. Again, I only have 4 contracts, but I'm going to trim 2 if we hit this prior day low. We pierce this prior day low, guys. I'm going to trim 2 contracts, move stop loss to break even. Come on, knife it down. Microsoft and Meta not even, sorry, Google and Meta still trying to firm up. You're seeing sell side pressure in Nvidia, Tesla, QQQ now down 1%. The Russell looking like it wants to go back to the dark side. Under a little bit of pressure. Come on. So again, I'll trim half of my position at this prior day low. It should probably be up about 100%, I would imagine. But I'm looking for about 100% on the first trim. Come on, breach it, SPY, breach it. And basically what that does is if we make 100% on the first trim, the trade is risk-free. We get our money out, our lotto money out, and then we have, a minor 2 contracts running. But if we flush today, guys, if we flush to the new lows or even to this bear target, I mean, we will print on those lottos. And the market structure is set up right now for more downside, specifically with most mega cap tech selling, and you haven't really seen Google. Wait till Google starts to sell, guys. That should be interesting itself. Google's a big company right now. Basically, what is Google's market cap? 3.5 trillion, guys. The market is down on the Qs 1%, and Google hasn't even started selling. We're talking about another $3.5 trillion company starting to sell. I want to see, is Google now, what's Google relative to Apple and Microsoft? So Microsoft is still, I know, 3.89. Whoa, Google's gonna surpass Microsoft real soon, guys. That's crazy. What's Apple's market cap now? Is Apple the second biggest now in the world? I think so, eh? Yeah, 4.1 trillion. So Apple's surpassed Microsoft by quite a decent margin. All right, guys, we're almost up 100%. Come on, come on. Give me that prior day low. Give it to us. Give it to us. Another trade anonymous. We should have just full ported. Come on, SPY. Drop it low. PDL, guys. PDL is TP1. Prior day low is TP1. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Nvidia looking nasty, guys. Nvidia breaching pre-market low, looking like Nvidia is going to sweep its low of the day. Bit of a bear flag intraday pattern, looking real filthy. Real filthy. Again, guys, please hit that like button. We are crushing it today with our callouts. It's not always sunshine and rainbows, but it's a great trading session. Google's still strong, ripping. Mongo beast. Whoa, what happened to my charts? I don't know why my charts do that. Sort of trading view glitches sometimes. Come on, Google. Google is going to be the next thing to drop this market, guys. I'm telling you, man, I've been so tempted to short it, but I was hoping for a sweep of that high. It might not get there. It might, but come on, drop this market down, SPY. Just drop it. Well, it's too fucking funny. Oh, man. Oh, man. Come on, SPY. Just a nice hard down candle. Again, you're trying to hold this. Not much support if you lose this pivot, guys. Not much support. They are trapping liquidity, guys. Buying the dip is risky. Again, flush us to new lows, and then Apple comes in after hours, saves the day. Come on. I would love, if they flush this market to the lows, guys, I would take some lotto calls into Apple, Amazon. The chances of all the mega caps kind of shit in the bed, so to speak, very slim. I mean, Google's not really shit in the bed, but definitely an extended chart. That's for sure. The VIX is barely elevated here, guys. Imagine that starts to get going. The VIX is still super shenanigans with volatility. Come on, SPY, drop it lower. Come on, SPY. I spy with my little eye a new low of day. Google puts at 275 or 35 cents expiry. Jeez, you're a risky trader, eh? 275, that's a gap fill. I mean, treat it as a lotto. If you're gonna go into that, if I were to take that trade, 10 to 20 contracts max, for me, that would be a lotto for sure. It could happen, but it's a lotto. So risk, be prepared for those contracts to go to zero. Whatever you're wanting to put in there, Aviz, be prepared for an fat zero. Not saying it can't happen, but it's a lotto trade, you know? It's very tempting. It's very tempting. It's very tempting. Trust me, I've been wanting to short Google as well here, but it's still showing some resiliency and it did have a blockbuster earnings. You know, Google just crossed the 100 billion in revenue club, guys. Think about it. It makes more revenue than Nvidia, almost more than Apple. Almost more than Apple. If Apple misses on its revenue report, like Apple's estimate is what? 102.23 billion. Imagine Apple misses its revenue. Then you have Google making the most revenue. That's crazy. It's a beast. It's a beast. I lost money shorting Google I believe on his last earnings. So I'm just treading carefully here. And this earnings, when you cross 100 billion in revenue, it's like, whoa, that's super impressive. It's slapping Nvidia, it's slapping Meta, it's even more revenue than Microsoft. I mean, it's crazy. Craziness, eh? I'm not saying there's not a short there though, but just treat it as a lotto. Google scares me. They're a powerhouse. They are a powerhouse. BlackBerry seeing a nice little liquidity. I still think BlackBerry, guys, needs to have a crazy breakout. There's been so many attempts at breaking out, and it just keeps getting slapped down and then grinding higher. But I mean, wow, you would favor BlackBerry for a move here. This is one big bull flag trying. I mean, if BlackBerry can break out here, this is going to run to $6 quickly. All right, SPY melting, guys. Puts are ripping. Come on, PDL, give me that test so this trade can be risk-free. Come on. IWM selling now, guys. Meta getting sold into. What candle did Meta print there, guys? That daily chart hanging man candle. Or sorry, that 5-minute hanging man candle. We'll see if that candle results in more bearish price action for Meta. Remember I said that 5-minute hangman candle often results in a breakout attempt and sweep. Well, that's your breakout. We'll see if they start selling it. Google. Nvidia's still curling down. Google starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure. Come on. Come on. Give me a hard knife through prior day low. SPY is just hovering here. Hovering. Volume is coming in pretty thick and heavy right now. But Google's starting to get a little bit softer here. Apple's still remarkably strong, guys. Apple Dapple still continuing to show some strength. Can't take a bite out of Apple. Throw me some Venmo after these hit. Thank you, Dom. Appreciate that. You'll be rolling your profits into more gold, eh? You'll be able to pump up the gold market. Come on, SPY. Just get dumpy here. Microsoft still looking weak, but trying to hold on its 10-minute chart. Whoops. All right, SPY's bouncing here. IWM's trying to hold its opening range high. Damn. Damn you, Apple. Damn you, Apple. Apple's trying to break out through its prior day high, structurally setting up a little bit of an intraday bull flag pattern. Apple's looking pretty decent here, guys. Very interesting. Dom grabs some UUU strike 23 up 35%. UUUU. Yeah, it's a nice fat breakout attempt here. Again, a lot of these stocks are catching some of that liquidity. There was one person I know in the chat yesterday that said that the thesis of, let me see here. What was their thesis? Hassan, still got to wait for Trump to possibly save the market after his meeting with China. Yeah, that's a valid thesis. So Hassan's saying still got to wait for Trump to possibly save the market after his meeting with China, which he'll claim greatness and then the market might get saved again. Yeah, that's a pretty good thesis. You know, it can happen. Trump likes to do that. You know, if all mega cap techs poop the bed, then that could easily happen for sure. All right, guys, look at the power of this hanging man meta candle. It's starting to come in a little bit on the 5-minute chart. We'll see if it wants to come in lower. It's trying to hold some structure. Google. Google at 3.5 trillion, guys. Like, when the heck did that happen? It's so insane, eh? Crazy. But, you know, with revenue of that number, makes sense. Makes sense. All right, Google starting to sell a little bit. We will see if it hurts the major indices. Microsoft new low of day. MSFT new low of day. Dom C primed $7, grabbed 2, but that's my lotto, so ticker PRME. So I see what you're doing. You're going for a lot of these higher beta small caps that are trying to run. Yeah, prime's in an interesting spot here. Definitely an interesting spot. It could bounce. I was looking for this daily chart EMA around 420-ish, but it could bounce. There's enough liquidity for these small caps. There's enough liquidity. JP saying I'm in JP Morgan 310 puts for December. Yeah, that's had a stunning move back to the high side. Financials are loving the liquidity, right? So this is a good shortable area. This is what I was concerned about with financials. A nice breakout on JP Morgan. Definitely a decent area to try to scalp short here for sure. All right, Google's starting to sell, guys. This could be the next wave down. Again, Google's been keeping things pretty elevated. I hope Google does drop for you, Aves, because you'll print on those 275s. If Google drops, you will print. Let's see what they're worth. Tempting to take them. Very tempting. You have Meta trying to break out here. So Google might be ready to sell here as Meta's catching some of that liquidity. Microsoft is almost into its daily chart 20 moving average. It's bouncing off of the lows right now. Wow, your 275 puts are starting to wake up here, Aviz. I'm watching them on my chart here, and they just shot up from 38 cents to 49 cents quickly. Jeez. So I hope that you print. That could be a huge banger there. That could be a huge banger. If that falls to 275, you're going to be rich. Yeah, those 275s are moving. They're moving for sure. IWM still selling. Nvidia still looking somewhat bearish. Apple, though, breaking out, guys. Apple is breaking out through its prior day high. Apple is looking absolutely bullish. Look at Apple. They're ripping it. Giving a nice little breakout attempt intraday ahead of its earnings. Quite crazy. Amazon starting to trickle down. Not looking too good for Mr. Bezos. Yeah, I hope for you I hope it's a night night. Still a tough stock. Still a tough stock. Microsoft still at the dead lows. Apple pushing for a new high through prior day high. Meta trying to push through its opening range. SPY trying to bounce. Market's looking a little bit better. Meta's trying to push here, guys. Meta's really trying. Big punch through on Meta, guys. Really big push on Meta. Stunning move. Really big move. All right, SPY still slightly rejecting off of its high there, guys. Opening range high. IWM curling down. Meta's trying to break out. Google looking a little bit softer at this point. SPY still seeing some. I'm still riding my lottos, guys. Since we bounced ahead of the prior day low, I'm not looking at trimming half there. I would let it pierce it. In order for me to trim into that area, I want to see it now pierce it. Google, Microsoft still looking heavy. Russell looking heavy. Peep AQMS. It's a funny pump. It wants to fill the weekly gap. AQMS. Aqua Metals. Wow. What the hell? Holy moly. Dom just wants us to enter after he went long. He wants us to squeeze it higher. I mean, if you're wanting to get long this name, the first area that I would really consider is 828 back test. But even then, tough for me to trace this move, but If you got a back test of this 828 area, that would be kind of the only interesting area for me personally. You know, your 7 days sits at 859, 860, so there could be a bounce there. But if you can hold above this breakout candle, then it looks positive for more upside. Wow, Abez, don't get excited, but Google's looking a little bit distributive. Actually, you know what's interesting is look at this hourly chart hanging man candle, guys. That is a bearish candle formation on a ton of volume for Google. Abez, you might actually get paid on those puts. You might get paid. That is a bearish technical hanging man candle on the hourly chart of Google. That is filthy. Really, really nasty, actually. That could come in pretty sharply here, guys. I hope for your sake it does because you called out those puts and yeah, they're ripping. Come on. Come on down. Come on down, Google. Come on down, Spy. I knew you were trying to get us to pump your bags there, Dom. I knew it. Bag pumper. No, I'm playing. I hope you make money on that. I hope it rips to your target. Just 1 sec, guys. I'm getting a phone call. All right, guys, so we are seeing the market bouncing, Meta having a sharp bounce off of the lows. All right, so the market is looking much better here, defending opening range high. You're still inside of this interesting little wedge formation on SPY. You haven't broken out, but they're chopping. So whichever way we break here on this wedge, it's going to get a big directional move. We're close, guys. We're close. So with this big bounce, you're likely going to get an attempt at a breakout, and we will see what type of a breakout this truly is. But a nice wedge pattern is building on SPY. Price action is coiling for a big directional move. There's also this little interesting resistance from here, so we'll see what happens. But Meta has had a fat bounce off of the lows. Still down 10%, but definitely firming up. Yeah, CRML is ripping. That whole critical metals, rare earth theme is on fire today. Again, a lot of liquidity coming out of your behemoths. Dom C asking, can you do a silver chart analysis? Sure thing. I can do a silver. Silver daily chart, bouncing sharply. This is your first major pullback and bounce off of um, this all-time high pullback. So silver is naturally going to have a really big buy the dip price action. Your sandwich right now between the 7 and 20. It's a nice positive sign for silver that you're back above that 7-day moving average. What I think could happen with silver is really you have this interesting 4-hour breakout pattern on silver that's trying to confirm this breakout on the 4-hour chart, inverted head and shoulders. And basically, this is already broken on the 4-hour chart. You have another hour and 50 minutes left for the breakout to occur. But it's looking pretty constructive. I was expecting, what I'm expecting on the daily chart is potentially a minor pullback back into the 7-day moving average and then a continuation. So that's just what I would like to see from a pattern standpoint. Again, you've had a nice bounce, a retest of your 7, and then that would trigger a little bit of another bullish continuation move for silver. So I expect a small pullback and then a continuation rip. Breakout in your S&P 500, ripping to the upside here. Markets are getting a fat bounce. Fat bounce. Google's not really participating in the bounce, still looking a little bit heavier, but a lot of other stocks are ripping, turning green again. You're seeing quantum turning green. Some of these higher beta names are also trying to push to the green side. I'm going to take a tiny little break here, grab some lunch. We'll continue to see what this market does. Again, you've had a nice bounce off of the lows. You haven't really triggered any sort of bullish breakouts intraday. But SPY's certainly trying to. It's trying. Give it that much. Put back to the 10-minute chart. So nice continuation move in Apple, nice bounce in Nvidia, nice bounce in Meta. SPY's pushing here. The only problem is Google softening up a little bit. Tesla's had a nice bounce. Microsoft's still weak. But it's really coming down now to Apple and Apple, Google, Nvidia. Your big three. Gotta watch those closely. SPY doing a little bit of an attempt at breaking out of the wedge. We will see if it is met with sell side pressure. So it's just one big chop fest in the market, guys. We haven't really gone anywhere, just been chopping up and down. Very pinpoint. You have to be clean with your entries and exits if you're chopping in this range here. We haven't really made a directional break yet. Again, my bias is still lower if we do get that directional break, but it's one big chop fest. Chop, chop, chop. I still have those Lotto 681s. Could have taken almost 100% on the puts. Still up a few percent here, but again, I'm not really interested in taking a small amount. I want to see them flush it. And if they don't flush it, then they're going to absolutely rip it. So we'll see. All right, guys, market is looking a little bit vulnerable here. Just if you're trying to scalp along, be careful. Could be looking for a bit of an afternoon flusher. I'm still riding my zero DTE puts. Again, I'm still in my zero DTE 681 SPY puts. Zero or hero here, guys. It's a zero or hero. They are trying to wake up. Here we go. First trim is up 100%. That's what I want, which is about $1.14 on these 681s. I was looking at PDL, never gave it to me. It came very close. It's up about 85, but looking for a big flush. A lot of charts have broken down. I'm just doing some quick earnings scans, seeing what else is really moving here. You're still in yours too, nice. Yeah, we're up a little bit now, pushing, 15, 20% here. I'm looking at stocks that just reported earnings, and then we'll go through some. I really need to go grab some lunch, but there's just so many moves happening, so much data to digest. That's all I'm doing on the back end here, trying to look into some of these earnings prints because damn, there's a lot of big movers today. It's crazy. There's so many stocks making such crazy moves today that it's tough to, I just wish my brain was a supercomputer, trying to analyze a little bit of these earnings on the back end, seeing if there's anything worth accumulating. Yeah, there's definitely some dead spots in the market, that's for sure. There's some pockets of strength, but there's many, many companies getting smoked. Absolutely smoked here. Fuck, well, fucking look at Nvidia. Nvidia is still a beast. Although it's down today, I mean, still a beast. That chain is fucking strong in semis, man. I tell you. Amazon's gonna be interesting here, guys. Interesting. I really hope my playbook, I really hope, I'm expecting them to gap Amazon down. That would give us a beautiful, I think, long into the holiday trending sales. Amazon typically sees a nice spur of activity into that Christmas seasonality, end of year period, Boxing Day sales, etc. So I'm really hoping for a big gap down in Amazon that would allow us. I'm even interested in maybe grabbing some common shares on Amazon if they have a gap down because you've built up a ton of support here on the daily 200 moving average. So I'm really, really hoping. Apple, I don't know. I think they're going to gap Apple up. I think Amazon down, Apple up. That's just my expectations. It seems like the stocks that have run into the bit of the stratosphere here are the ones that just get gobbled up, bought up. You also have Coinbase MSTR earnings after the bell, Reddit, Cloudflare. Let's look at NET. There's been a whole bunch of insider selling in NET, guys. A ton of insider selling. Um, but definitely a tough stock. The stock is just grinded higher. Roku also reports earnings. You're calling minus 25% in income on Amazon? Wow, that would be horrific if that happens. Roku also reporting earnings after the bell, 4:15 time frame. Stock is looking pretty decent here. Pretty decent on the daily and weekly chart. It could have a massive weekly chart breakout on this earnings report. If it does, I mean, this is going to go to 120, 130 in very quick succession, but we'll see what earnings has. I'm not playing it, but it looks bullish. Vici Properties, so heavily tied real estate stock to Las Vegas. Obviously, this stock has been absolutely pummeled Going into earnings, the expectations are minimal and weak. You can see you are hitting some sort of support level on the weekly chart. I expect them to probably push this one back up. It's not a company that most people trade, but definitely heavily tied to the Vegas real estate theme. And interesting, let's actually look at how have these Vegas stocks done. So if we look at LVS, strong report for LVS. Let's look at MGM. MGM, not really too good gap down, but big buy program off of the lows today. I wasn't even aware of that one. Forgot about that one. Slipped through the cracks. Let's look at ticker H, Hyatt Hotels. Come on. All right, SPY melting here. Hyatt Hotels set to report earnings in a couple days. We'll see what happens. We also got Twilio after hours, TWLO set to report. Come on, SPY, dump it. Pay me on my puts. Pay me on my puts. Wow, Twilio. Yeah, Twilio. Another one, if it gaps down, you've established quite a nice range down here. I'd be a buyer in around this nice low 90 area again. No expectation. Team Atlassian is another interesting one, ticker TEAM. This one has a tendency to get pummeled on earnings. Has a very weak track record on earnings. I mean, you're holding some technical support from that last earnings, but you're oversold slightly. What is it? Revenue estimate 1.4 billion, EPS 43 cents. Let's look at its last report. So revenue reported 1.38 billion, so it needs to report higher than expected revenue this go around. But the EPS estimate for this report is much, much lower. So they've kind of watered down the EPS for this report, but increased the revenue a little bit. EPS is big, guys, so I'm expecting this stock to probably gap up based off of the watered down EPS estimate. Kevin's back on the AMD. We're going to 272.80 soon, eh? Load it up. Back up the truck. All right, but a ton of earnings, guys. You got Riot, you got Western Digital. I mean, WDC, guys. I know there's so many people shorting this one. There was a little bit of bearish put flow. There was a large order that came in yesterday. Someone was selling the 140 calls. So they were selling the 140 calls, which is bearish. It could just be a hedge maybe, but WDC chart is still looking very bullish. Is it overbought? Yes. Can it gap up again? Maybe. If it were to gap up, I would short the heck out of this one. Revenue estimate 2.73 billion, EPS $1.53. Let's see its last report. Reported 2.6 billion, so set to report an extra 173 million. EPS was reported 166. This one is 153. So its EPS for this report is lower than its previous report. Quite interesting. You also have Gilead reporting after hours, ticker GILD. This one has a strong track record on earnings of gapping up. Don't really have a bias right now. It's also kind of an iffy chart. You're kind of trading in no man's land. So I can't really make a call on that one. SYK, Stryker Corporation. Oh, they love gapping this one down. Revenue 6 billion, EPS $3.14. Interesting. That'll be interesting. I'm not too sure what this one does. SYK. RKT, so Rocket Company is also set to report. Guys, this stock has just been pummeled day after day. Revenue $1.60 or 1.69 billion estimate. EPS is still at 3 cents, so we will see if it can beat that 3 cents EPS estimate. RKT is an interesting one. Again, they're just chopping this market up, guys. No real big direction. It's very micro scalping today. Rocket also, Dexcom also reports earnings 4:03 p.m. Ticker DXCM. Let's look at what Dexcom is doing. Dexcom has been beaten up over the last couple of years. I mean, it's just been falling from the highs, big chop ranges. It looks like it wants to go lower. Monthly chart looks like it could go lower. Nasty. Not looking too good. Lumen, ticker LUMN. Lumen Technologies has been a rock star. Probably gets a continuation gap up just based off of sheer momentum. Lumen, again, what's funny is this company is not a profitable company. Revenue is 3 billion, estimate 3.04, EPS is negative 28 cents. So, but again, these companies typically run in our crazy non-fundamental market. MPWR also set to report earnings. Very institutional traded stock. Again, I think that if this gaps down, it's going to get bought up. But I'm not expecting too big of a move in MPWR, but very institutionally based stock. Ticker Z, Zillow, reporting earnings after hours. Stock is currently trading at 72.82. Off of the highs, off of the lows. Not too sure. Not too sure. I mean, if you look at the real estate sector as a whole, it's been absolutely pummeled. You know, you look at a few of these stocks, Alexandra Real Estate. So I think Zillow is probably going to gap down in sympathy. You know, you've seen real estate stocks getting absolutely smoked. So Zillow's probably going to gap down. That would be my guess. Again, these are all guesses. MSI reporting after hours, revenue 2.99 billion, estimate EPS $3.73. Stock is definitely oversold on the daily. There's some support here. Yeah, insider sells the top, guys. Look at that. September 12th, chairman CEO. Wow, crazy Motorola. But we'll see if it can get a bounce. Definitely getting into an interesting level. Giddy, ticker GDDY. Stock has just been pummeled. I remember we talked about Giddy not so long ago in early September when it looked like it was trying to bounce. I said, wait, let that fall. It's now fallen to new weekly lows. This is actually an interesting area for GDDY. So GoDaddy is retracing its 618 move. You've swept that massive weekly chart bounce level. You're putting in a nice positive divergence on the weekly chart. Daily divergence. This one is, this one's an interesting upside lotto call play, guys. It's not a bad call play. Let me see what some of these calls are worth because it's oversold for sure. So, I mean, you could get a small bounce here. I mean, let's see what a 10% move to the upside would bring us. Call it back to that pivot. Well, that pivot high is around 139. I might take some upside lotto calls. Wow. Oh my gosh. That spread is disgusting. So I just looked at the 139 GoDaddy calls for tomorrow, and the bid is at 50 cents. The ask is at $3.10. Who is going to be in their right mind to slap the ask on a $2.60 spread? Holy shit, that is insane. What the hell? Why is it so wide? All right, they're expecting a big move in this stock, guys. The spread is so wide on GoDaddy, it's like they know it's going to pop. Oh my gosh. They want people to hit the ask. That's disgusting. Ew. That is disgusting. How about next week? Not as bad next week, but that's insane. The spread on GoDaddy is so wide heading into earnings. Again, I like it on the long side, but oh, these spreads are wide. Trying to find a strike where it's not so wide. Ew, that fucking spread is wide. So wide. Oh, I really wanted to maybe go long GoDaddy, but spread's too wide. Don't like it. I don't like it, but it's probably gonna gap up because of that. All right, let's see what else we got. We got Vale after hours. This stock typically gets wrecked on earnings, Vale. It's been a very strong mover though, off of the lows, so looking quite bullish in the very near term. But again, it usually has a poor track record on earnings. But looking pretty good. What else we got? EW, LIM, RMD, CMTZ. Any other ones worth mentioning? CG. Maybe it's just worth maybe I should just play Apple and Amazon. Maybe I should just play Apple and Amazon. Let's see what some upside Apple calls are. Upside Apple calls, let's see. So Apple to 280 or 270, 750, let's see. Apple 277.50 call for tomorrow. 226? It's not bad. That's not bad at all. I mean, it's a very small move. 280? How about 280? That would be just a 3% move. You know, you look at this long-term channel on Apple and it looks like it wants to get there. What better event would be its earnings here? You know, at least that's my opinion. Let's move that. What better move? I might take an upside Apple Lotto. Let's see. So the top of this channel is what? Go to the daily again. Top of that channel is around 277, so it's about a 2% move to the upside. What about 280s? What's Apple's market cap? 4.03 trillion. 4.03 trillion today. What's Microsoft's market cap right now? So Microsoft is down 2.72%. Market cap on Microsoft is 3.91 trillion. So let me just do some math here. So Microsoft lost about 105 billion today. If that were to flow into Apple, that would take Apple to 4.13 trillion. 4.13 trillion. Yeah, so that kind of aligns. If the liquidity that Microsoft lost today flows into Apple, that would take it to this 277 target. That would be that high of that channel. Kind of interesting. Money rotating. What about Amazon? Amazon, should we take some downside puts? I think so. I really think Amazon's gonna dump it. Am I crazy to think Amazon could go to 210? 210? Markets are trying to get heavier here. You're seeing Google sell side volume quietly creeping up here, telling me that it's going to go lower. S&P has still been just chopping in this wedge pattern. Once again, you're getting to the high of the range, luring people into a breakout, they're slapping it down. Only this time the volume on this sell is slowly starting to increase a little bit more, so it could mean that we may be getting close to breaking down here. So SPY volume increasing, Google volume, you got Meta breaking down. So this could be a little bit of a meaningful sell in the market right now. Gotta watch it. Again, I'm still in my lotto SPY puts. 681s, they've kind of just been chopping everywhere, up and down. That's why they're lottos. We'll see if they can give us a little bit of a direction into the end of the day here. I still think that this price action is all bearish inside this bearish right range red bar. Let's see if they want to crack us below that prior day. Here they go. All right, we're slowly getting some sell side pressure here. Definitely a little bit more. Meta IWM breaking down now, so your Russell 2000 seeing quite a bit more sell side pressure. Nvidia getting slightly rejected. Natural gas still ripping and roaring. Pretty amazing. And look, just when you think we're going to break down out of the wedge, they're trying to save it. Are they going to be successful? We will find out. Should have taken those Google puts. That's printing. Printing. So I'm just speaking on mute here. So we could start to see a waterfall sell-off, guys. We have chopped and gone nowhere for the last several hours. So this could get really ugly. The fact that we're now breaking to the downside, this is the move that I've been waiting for. Still writing my 0DT 681 puts, and we could get paid. Again, you've put in a massive consolidation range here since really this 940 candle. You've gone nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. And let's not forget the trend is bearish today. Mega caps are breaking down. Russell 2000 looks like it's going to the low of the day. Let's go. Come on, break it. You swear if you push us right back up, I'll be cheesed. I'll be pissed here. This needs to waterfall here. Come on, waterfall it. Waterfall it. Waterfall it. Let's go. Again, my first trim will be at about 100%, which is $1.14 on these 681 SPY puts. Right now, they're trading at 74 cents. I bought them at 57 cents. We've sat through a lot of just chop and slop, but it looks like the market is going to free fall here, guys. Nvidia getting rejected. Come on, revisit the lows. That's all I asked for. There we go. Things are getting real heavy, guys. Real heavy. Come on, baby. Come on. We've built up such a nice bearish consolidation range here. Come on. Don't defend that level. Don't tease me. Meta is starting to sell off really sharply here, guys. Meta is seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure. Apple still holding technical strength and resiliency. Microsoft is dumping, guys, down to the lows. AMD about to rip, mark my words. AMD. Cabin, you must be like super long. Must be your biggest holding. Pumping the AMD. I break it. Break it. Just give us a big sell. Cleanse this. Cleanse this chop. Holy moly. You're starting to see a little bit of weakness creep into your financials as well, guys. I'm looking at XLF. That's quietly trickling down. So financials have been showing some decent relative strength today. You got 500K on AMD, nice. I hope you're right, for your sake. All right, big area for SPY. If it loses PDL, we will have a waterfall, guys. Mark my words. This is your pivotal zone for your S&P 500. A loss of prior day low activates full bearish price action. I am seeing Microsoft looking heavy. Nvidia's trying to stabilize. IWM curling down. Again, a little bit of relative weakness hitting your financials and healthcare. So that's what's also trying to hurt your S&P in the very near term. Meta is selling off pretty sharply at 66666. Meta is testing the devil number right now. Google's trying to stabilize. Microsoft is still falling here. Meta's still looking pretty weak here, guys. Google putting in maybe a bit of a bear flag. SPY still hugging that PDL. Microsoft still looking pretty heavy. Nvidia trying to hold 203.50. What else we got? Come on, SPY. Just give me a nice flush here. Come on. Why are you sitting here, man? These fucking market makers today, eh? These market makers today are crazy. Alright, I need to do some of my scans here. Let's see what other trading things we can find. MBK. Shit. Because Microsoft is still seeing some heavy distribution. You can see SPY bounced off of PDL, back tested that little bit of the top of the wedge and got rejected. So still a very strong chance that we see more downside today in the indices. Let's see if we can get that flusher. I'm still holding these 681 zeros, 57 cents cost basis. You're still seeing the IWM melt lower here, guys. Meta looking a little bit weak and vulnerable. Meta's back inside of its opening range high. You look at Microsoft. Microsoft looks like it's going to give us new lows on the session. Remember, Microsoft could revisit its earnings low. If things get really nasty here, we could see a sour hour flush. And if you think about it, right, what happened yesterday with tech earnings? You've basically seen the majority of mega cap tech sell today on the back of Google, Meta, and Microsoft earnings. Obviously, Google's still holding up, but it's put some fear into the NASDAQ, down 1%. Now you're going to have a lot of people likely move defensively. The smart risk management thing would be to sell some more long tech exposure ahead of Apple and Amazon. So if we see that selling and de-risking, which is the prudent thing to do if you're a savvy, smart, risk-averse investor, you likely want to take it. If you're a YOLO trader, I mean, which there are a lot of those, you don't give a shit about risk. You're just going to full port. But the smart money will likely de-risk a touch ahead of these earnings, which should give us additional sell-side pressure. Here we go. We're starting to melt, right? And again, I always try to think of the market as the smart money, right? Big money. How would big money think? It's risk management, risk management, risk management. All right, we are seeing Microsoft dumping, Meta dumping, Russell dumping pretty hard here. Yep, smart money is everything for sure. But it's been a chop session, right? They've been slowly selling into this, right? That's why, I feel like there should be some sort of a big move, a hard red bar down, but it's just been trickling. Short the pop, and then we've broken this bear range, so things are looking a little bit saucier here. Come on, give us the move down. Take the low out. Take that low out and waterfall us into our bear target. I mean, we're not that far from this bearish target, guys. We're looking at what, 0.5% down? That could easily happen in the last hour and 20 minutes here. Not a problem, but we'll see. We will certainly see what happens. Puts are starting to wake up. Apple Dapple, that's starting to come in. Google, that's still chopping sideways. But yeah, Microsoft, Meta looking nasty. Nvidia hasn't even really budged yet. So if we get that 1-2 punch where Nvidia starts to sell more, Nvidia's got a nasty little 10-minute inside bar bear flag forming. Real nasty one. Again, I don't know if they're going to sell that name, but it's looking real nasty. Here we go, guys. Puts are waking up. Puts are waking up. Yeah, BTC selling as well, guys, down 2.73%. You're getting some liquidation now starting to hit the tape. BTC selling with the market. Come on, chop this baby down. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon looking pretty bearish intraday. Your Russell's looking extremely bearish intraday. Come on, give us the flusher. All right, so what I will look to do, guys, is on my 681 puts, it looks like we're going to take out the low of day. I would be shocked at this point, at this level. If we don't take out the low of day, I will be shocked. I'll be shocked. So my plan on these 681 puts is if we take out that low, if we come into that area and pierce it, I will look to trim half of my contracts. half of the contracts. And since the time is kind of ticking away here, guys, you know, the proper risk management on these 681 puts that I've been sitting in for quite a long time. We are green, but the proper risk management thing to do now is to put a break-even stop loss since time is not our friend. Okay? So I've got a break-even stop at 57 cents on my 681 puts. Come on, dump us. Russell breaking. Take us downtown. Microsoft's trying to stabilize. Nvidia's still holding some strength. Meta looking garbage. Come on, Spy. You're dog. Spy is a dog. Alright, back to my scan. I thought it was getting interesting here. I thought I was gonna get a... I'm just gonna keep scanning these markets for some insider stuff. So we looked at that. A little bit of selling in there. I'm just doing my insider selling scanning. There's been a lot of insider selling. There's been a few interesting buys. A couple interesting buys, like this ticker. Let's see what this company's all about. Oh, interesting. What did they buy that at? 809K purchase. Shit. This market. They're just slow dripping it, guys. They're trying to burn as much theta along the way. So they're not doing any big sudden movements. They don't want to pay people out right away. They're trying to capture that theta, but it is a slow grind. It's a slow grind. Do 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 do. Making me sleepy. Yeah, Quantum's green. Quantum stocks are green. They're still holding the big old Jensen shout out. So Quantum's holding steady. Big bounce, guys, in the market. They are just burning the theta. Clearly too much puts lying below. Don't want to drop it too quickly. Markets are getting a nice fat candle bounce. Anyone taking any lotto earnings plays? Anyone taking any lotto earning plays? I got some names. You guys hear me when I'm chewing this apple? Because if so, I'm going to put the mic on mute. Again, guys, so my plan is if we get a waterfall into an impulse candle down into this prior day low, I'm going to look to sell half. Okay, perfect. Smarter, yeah. For all you apple lovers. Hey, I'm eating an apple right now, apple peanut butter, and maybe it's a sign I should go long apple. That would be shorting apple because after you no longer have an apple. Maybe it just shows there's a big demand for apple. There's $1 million play somewhere. Yeah, there's always $1 million play somewhere. God, guys. One day, guys. One day. I swear, we're going to have some insider information. And we're going to take some Lotto 0DTs. We're going to make a fortune. And then the Securities Exchange Commissioner come and arrest us all. Understand that stock. We're selling. Come on. Is this going to be the candle? Or are they going to bounce us again? Just pay us. We're back up on our puts, guys. Come on. I want more than 35%. I put about 90% earlier. Come on, get these 681s. 681's not that far away. But what a choppy session today, guys. Natural gas, guys, is full beast mode right now. Oh my goodness. Pretty crazy price action for UNG, Boyle. But nat gas has just been grinding higher. I mean, this little blip off of inventories was nothing. Full bull breakout for nat gas intraday. If this turns into a bull flag breakout, wow, nat gas is going to squeeze. You've got a lot of short interest to unwind here, guys. A ton. This is a big pivot that we're testing right now. And then you'll have another weekly high pivot up here. Oh, wow. This looks strong. I'm quite shocked with the bearish inventory report that we got. The technicals always supersede most cases. And I mean, it's looking like nat gas is going to run. Just based off of this bull flag, we could have a 450 squeeze. There we go. There's a drop in your S&P. Now we're going to melt, guys. Now we're going to melt. We're cooked. Come on. Cook it. Pay the shorts. Pay it. You've burned enough theta to pay us. Just pay us. That's all I'm asking for. 681. New low of day. Come on. Give me a new low. Flush us. Flush it. Flush it. Flush it. Flush it real good. Dun, 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 dun. IWM melting. NVIDIA melting. I'm saying a bit of resistance at 106K for Bitcoin and long-term rising channel support at 104K. Channel dates back to 2015 logarithmic. Very cool. We can take a look at Bitcoin once we get this flush here again. Come on. Flush it. Google. Bear flag. NVIDIA. Break it down. Break it down. Break it down. Come on. Contracts are starting to rip. Come on, rip about 50%. Give me more. I want more. I want more. Pay me. Come on, don't slow drip us. Just flush us. Don't slow drip us. Why are you so bearish, Dom? You're so bullish commodities. Isn't Bitcoin a commodity? Is Bitcoin a hard asset? All right, guys, Nvidia looks like it could also break down from a bear flag. It looks pretty nasty intraday. I'm surprised that it hasn't broken down yet, but look at that chop on Nvidia. It's now starting to get heavy. Chop it down. Flush it into the gap. Flush it down. We are falling. Apple still showing some strength, up 0.869. Let's look to see if Apple is going to lose its momentum. Nope, still popping, holding up the S&P right now. The question is it enough? It's never enough. What alert are you doing here? Honeywell? Honeywell down 5.76%. Ouch. Honey. Ooh, honey. Honeywell. Damn. Yeah. I'm waiting for SPY 681. You're waiting for NVIDIA 200. We are falling, guys. We are getting heavy here. Sell it. Rip it. Rip it down. Can we go 3 for 3? Live day trading room. Pay us on these puts. Come on. Pay us on these puts. Look at SPY, guys. We are ripping. Rip us. Rip us into the ground. Here we go. How low can we go? How low? Google barely selling, so it's going to get going. Break that bear flag. Break that bear flag. Just chop us down. Nice flush. Give me a new low, guys. New low of day. We trim into that weakness, guys. New low of day. We trim half into that weakness. Yeah, the bear flags are all over the place. They are real. They're everywhere. Except for Apple. Apple really doesn't have one. I mean, maybe if you look at on like a 1 minute chart. No, not even. No, Apple still looks decent. Microsoft's still just holding near the lows. Holding near the lows. How's that FI doing? FI. Wow, FI, guys. We traded that yesterday for a huge bounce. Look at FI. Is this getting ready for yet again another bounce? Look at that tight range. Just no real bid. Down over 40% yesterday and now down another 7.9. That is crazy sell side pressure on this name. I'm tempted at swinging a lotto into tomorrow. If earnings come out decent, this could gap up, at least 5 to 10% just with how oversold this is. It's risky. You're literally catching a falling knife. They say never to do that, but you know what? We catch falling knives all the time. Sometimes it works out, sometimes we lose a finger, sometimes we get a little paper cut. Wow, FI. I'll look at that. I'll look at that after hours or yeah, near the end of the day. What are some lottos? Let's see. Lottos into tomorrow. Lotto bounce back to yesterday's low. That low was what, 66? We're trading just below that. I mean, a $70 call. What would bounce would that be? $70 puts you an 8% bounce. Damn. Damn, can it do that? An 8% bounce doesn't even fill that gap yet. Interesting. Might be a bad idea, but wow, look at them ripping it. They're trying to hold us higher low. Imagine if this is a higher low. They're snakes. They are snakes. They don't want to pay us yet. Come on. Just rip it down. Rip it down. What's bouncing here? Is it Microsoft and Apple? Microsoft's not doing nothing. Meta bounced a little bit. Apple trying to bounce a little bit. Come on. Kind of painful just watching this trickle down. We're used to these big swings, right? It's just been doing a slow grind. I mean, we're in profit, but wow. I want my cons to explode. Stop burning me. Stop burning my time. I only got 50 minutes. Let's go. Come on. The interesting thing for the time of day, the puts are still pretty expensive, which is telling me that we should see some more flush. But it's interesting here. Let's just bring this forward. Yeah, Nvidia's definitely moving now. That's helpful. Microsoft has stabilized. Apple really just sitting on its prior day high. Google close to breaking a bear flag pattern here. Very close. I might honestly like, I can't remember who took the Google puts that they called out, the 275s. I've been watching them all day, those 275 Google puts. I might take them tomorrow as a bit of a lotto. Come on, SPY. Give me a dip. Here we go. We could get a quick flush, guys. Quick flush into the 681. Come on. Get these 681s in the money. Aviz. Oh, yes, it was you, Aviz. That's right. Got stopped out on a spike, but very small profit. Sucks. Yeah, that does suck. But there might be a bit of a lotto tomorrow on Google. That's why I waited. I'm going to wait for Friday. Fuck around Friday. FAFO Friday. No problem. There's always more trades around the corner. We'll have a whole bunch of gap ups, gap downs after hours, guys. Don't forget about Apple. Don't forget about Amazon. Anyone taking any lottos? I was thinking upside on Apple, downside Amazon. The opposite of that will probably happen. But I was really thinking maybe 280s on Apple. 277's probably a little better. But I was thinking 277.50s on Apple for tomorrow. That would roughly be what, a just over 2% move. Swing to tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, come on. Don't bounce this market here. They're really, really dragging this on. Oh my goodness gracious me. All right, back to my scan here. Wake me up when market makes new lows. Someone spam the chat when market makes new lows. All right. Geez, that's had some insider selling. Options that were exercised. RDN. Whoa, that's a big buy. That's several big buys. Not too familiar with this company. Let me look at what this company does. Wow. Yeah, no wonder they're buying. Holy moly. Look at the volume on that today. Huge breakout on that ticker. That was a 10% owner. 1.9 million shares. Cost basis 261. 261 cost basis. When did that go through? That was the 27th. Come on, SPY. Get these 681 puts in the money. Pay us. We are so close, guys. Get ready to trim half. I'm looking for a nice little waterfall impulse candle down. Just give it to us. Let's go to that 5-minute chart. Eat that liquidity. Don't bounce it. Don't you dare bounce it. This isn't a double bottom. Come on. Come on. Google. All right, Google's now starting to sell off, guys. Nvidia's still looking a little weak. Microsoft doing absolutely nothing. Meta's bouncing a touch. Apple's still holding PDH, but Google looking a little bit heavier now. That 10-minute bear flag on Google's looking like it's about to trigger. Let's get this $3.5 trillion boy selling. Sell it. Sell it, sell it, sell it. Boom. There's a new low of day. Come on, you got more. Don't you dare bounce it there. I want more. Give me a nice hard pierce of that area. That's like a tiny little wick. Boom. Come on, come on. Flush it. Google's still flushing. Nvidia flushing. Microsoft holding. Don't you dare bounce it there. Come on, give us a flush. Tesla puts, perhaps. Again, it's always risky going into earnings. I'll get the sell-off Nvidia position. Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for it. We're patient. We've been waiting on these puts, guys. We have been waiting on these 681s. We have been waiting patiently. Look at that bear flag breakdown trigger on Google. Looking pretty filthy. Here we go. Here we go. We are flushing. Flush it up 85%. Let's go. Give me 100. Give me 100. I was up 85% earlier in the day. Give me 100%. There it is, guys. Boom. All right, took a trim, guys. Took my first trim, trimmed half. $1.15 trim. Boom. Beautiful, guys. If you stuck with those puts with us, 681 puts. Come on, let's get them in the money now. Let's go. How low can we go? So first trim, 101% gain. Bang, bang. Thank you very much. Pleasure doing business with y'all. Yeah, keep going. You're going to have some support off the 680 area. That's where I'm going to look to probably get out of these what I'm going to do is if we hit this 680, 90, this little purple line, I'm going to look to trim one more contract and then leave one more running. Again, I only have 2 contracts left. But that was a nice 101% gain. My principal money, my lotto principal money is out. We can let the rest YOLO and ride. Maybe they give us a big flush. Maybe we can get 200%. Maybe they want to flush us into this kind of bear target, gap fill. That would be kind of cool. Wouldn't mind seeing that, right? Google bouncing, Meta bouncing, Apple trying to hold PDH. Microsoft still looks dead. Natural gas still ripping. Gold still strong. Yields green. Dow just went negative. Meta down 11.12. Tesla looking like a dog with fleas, down 4.16. Netflix down. Financials are holding steady. JP Morgan's holding steady, I should say. A lot of other financials have been faded, but JP Morgan holding steady. How's the Russell doing? Ooh, Russell looks like it still wants to go to the low of day, guys. Russell hasn't even breached the low of day yet. And look at that. IWM is coming in hot and heavy. This is telling us we could see a continuation flush. Let's go. Let's go, Russell. My name is what? My name is what? All right, guys, on my 681 SPY puts, I am going to put a break even at 57 cents. So I won't lose money on this trade. Break even. They are flushing the Russell. Nvidia breaking. Here goes the behemoth. Looking like it could fall off the face of the earth here. It's due for a pullback. Apple still holding, Meta still holding. Meta could be putting in a bit of a 10-minute head and shoulders, knees and toes pattern. Looking pretty filthy here on Nvidia. Really the only big support I see is here at 201.30ish. That's your 10-minute EMA, opening range low. We're gonna flush here, guys. We are gonna flush. IWM continuing to knife here, guys. Russell coming in hot. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Coming in. Coming in. Coming in hot. Oh, look at SPY drilling, guys. SPY is drilling. New lows. New lows. Look at that. Stunning price action. 681 puts in the frickin' money here, guys. Beautiful. That's what I like to see. That is exactly what I like to see, guys. All right, guys, I'm taking one more trim of a contract, $1.41. Boom. Another big gain. All right, let's let the rest ride here. Look at that waterfall. IWM is now coming into another low of day. They are selling at 681 SPY puts. Ooh, big drop, big drop, big drop. Holy moly. Up over 160% right now. 170%. There is some support here, guys. Just beware. Come on. All right, guys, I'm taking them all out here. All out. $1.60 all out of my SPY puts. All out of my SPY puts. I repeat, $1.60 from 57 cents to $1.60 on that last contract. Boom. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Final gain there, 180% on my SPY 0 DTEs. Beautiful. All out of those SPY shorts. That's what we were looking for. Little autos paying nicely. A little bit of fun money to add to the port. Yeah, all volume is spiking here. Power hour, sell off. You're still seeing some accumulation. But yeah, volume is definitely increasing. And believe it or not, guys, this type of breakdown, we could still go lower. That's a pretty filthy breakdown on the market. I would expect them to burn a little bit of theta here. But we're looking like now we got a nice little channel range here. And again, I still have a lower bear target around this 678 area. That was a nice little gain, guys. Nice gain. All right, guys and members, I just closed out my final put contract in BYND. I just closed out the rest of my puts in BYND, locking in 76% gain. Look at that full round trip. I mean, holy moly, that was insane. So I'm all out of my BYND puts, and the expiration is for tomorrow, so I'm just locking in the gains. It's a nice gap down yet again today, down 11.92%. I think I've squeezed out the most I can squeeze out of that, with the expiration being tomorrow. But good job on Beyond Meat. That stock, look at the bag holders up there. I swear, if I find out any one of you guys bought BYND up here, I'll take you out. You're getting kicked from the channel. There better not be any bag holders. I know, just the IV was crazy, right? Yeah, Commons would have also netted that one. But again, this is one that I personally couldn't even short it. When I can't short a stock and I'm on the hard to borrow list, I couldn't even get shares to short. And I'm on the hard to borrow list. I would have called my brokerage, but my trading desk, but often they put up barriers for the common person not to be able to. So the options chain was liquid. Yes, the IV was high, but we still made a nice chunk. That was an easy setup, even though it was only 76, but all out of that, guys, all out. Bart is asking about Roblox, guys. Is Roblox ready for a long? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let this settle down. It's tempting to try to chase this because this has had a crazy run, but Roblox is cooked right now. This is a bad breakdown. I would say at least wait for it to take out this low here. I think 109 makes a little bit more sense, but even then, look what has happened on Roblox from a technical basis, right? And this is what I mean by about failed bullish patterns at pretty much the all-time highs. So Roblox was forming this really, really, really structural, nice inverted head and shoulders here, bullish pattern, right? And you can arguably say that it kind of broke out, failed, retest, and bang. So this is a failed bullish pattern that has occurred on Roblox. Not a healthy sign to see. Absolutely not a healthy sign. Again, I mean, just from that failed pattern move, like, let's just see what we get. 17% down, like Roblox could be heading to, Roblox could head to this $100 area. Just based off of that failed measured pattern move. There's also a really cool channel that I just see right now. So there's this interesting little channel. You can tighten it up and draw it a little bit more accurately. But no, Roblox is cooked. Even look how nasty that double top is. What a classic double top. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. That's like a textbook. That's textbook double top, guys. A peekaboo breakout. Whoops, let me redraw that. Yeah, that's a textbook double top, guys. Peekaboo breakout, epic reversal, sell off, big bounce and back test, met with another double top. That is just one of the cleanest technical failures of a pattern. I mean, I would let it go lower. You look at this move and there was no real support established. It was just a pure momentum squeeze, right? It's on that dip, guys. That's what it is. Nice sweep of the low. Good profit area. Now I got a little bit of, just with that last little lotto play, got a little bit of fun money into earnings. What should we do? What should I put this earnings capital into? That was a nice little 0 DTE play. That was good. Now I can take some lottos, guys. I can take one or two lottos and I won't feel bad. Use the house money. Apple. Apple, Apple, Apple. Is anyone playing any lottos or am I alone here? Looking at something? Apple. Apple's calling my name, man. What else do we have? We got Apple. We got Amazon. We got Team. We got Coin. We got MicroStrategy. We got Reddit, Net, Roku, Vici, First Solar. First Solar usually has good earnings, and I think a lot of people are now spooked out of solar due to the fact that Enphase got absolutely wiped. So maybe First Solar is the play. Most people are probably betting now that First Solar is going to get whacked in sympathy. But First Solar and Enphase are totally two different companies structurally, fundamentally. Although they're in the same sector, First Solar is actually decent. Maybe First Solar's the play. Maybe let me see what some lottos are on First Solar. I gotta sit down for these last few minutes. What time do they report? 4:02. All right, I gotta be quick here. Stocks had a nice run into earnings, so it means that investors are optimistic. But if we were to push, are there any gaps above? No gap there, no gaps. So there's no gaps, just pivot points. Oh, that was filled. Oh, gap. What about weekly gaps? I guess that's technically a weekly gap. Yeah, it wasn't really filled. Tiny. Left open, ever so tiny. 255.80. Maybe First Solar's the play. It's got momentum, that's for sure. Let's take a peek. All right, First Solar. Let's see what you got going on for you. What are we trading at? 237, a move to, let's see what 260s would be worth. Oh, all right, so I can take 260s, 255s. What would those be worth? Let's look at TWLO, Twilio, and Team. Let's look at Team. Team's tempting me too, but I don't know about that. Roku probably gaps up. I feel like they're just gonna squeeze Roku on purpose. What are Roku calls? A little bit cheaper. 6, it's almost 7% off of the highs. I just entered one contract on First Solar. I'm gonna put it in the options group. This is a lotto. This is a lotto. I'm going for a bullish bet, but I'm selling some puts. This is just fun money. So I sold a First Solar put. This is my fun money. A little bit of a lotto into earnings. Again, I'm selling a put, which means that I am leaning more bullish on the actual trade. I think it can get a gap up today. So again, just small size, one contract. I'm also going to, yeah, after Trump became president, I know he burned a lot of people. I think I'm also going to take an Apple upside call. I'm just thinking about, uh, Apple's a little bit later, so Amazon is before, but I think Apple 277.50s, and maybe I should just do 280s. A lot of liquidity has come out. 280s are pretty cheap right now. I mean, that's not that big of a move, call it, what is that, just over 3%. Apple can do that. Nice gap up. Yeah, it's not even overbought. All right, guys, I got two lotto plays. Just basically rolling my profits that I just made on that last 0DT SPY trade. So I'm bullish Apple, going long some calls. And I'm also bullish First Solar. Wish me luck. Selling some puts. Again, all of it is lottos. Please do not. Yeah, tomorrow's expiration. Nope, just tomorrow. Just tomorrow. Just tomorrow. Again, these are all lottos, so these are sized for zero. I understand, these moves can go against me. The odds of them are making money on them are not likely. That's why they're called lottos. Please do not follow me if you're putting your full portfolio in. This is just a very tiny amount. Literally, I just took the profits that I made off of that tiny Lotto SPY trade, which was about 700 bucks, and rolled them into two earnings gambles. So we will see what happens. Again, I'm betting a gap up on Apple, gap up on First Solar. I think Amazon falls. Team Atlassian's probably going to fall. Roku's probably going to get a gap up. Here, I'll put my predictions here. Here, Russell's still selling new lows on the S&P 500. Look at that nastiness. Absolutely filthy price action in Spyland. I spy with my little eyes something bearish. Absolutely bearish. Ugh. Look at some of the declines these financials have just went through. Wells Fargo taking on the chin. So you can see definitely some relative weakness. All my things are early or tomorrow's expiries, the lottos. Wow, look at Wells Fargo, guys, dumping here. I don't know if there's news coming out on WFC, but that's a hard sell on Wells. Oh well. Wells Fargo, hard red bar down. There might be news coming out on Wells Fargo. Don't know what's happening there, but that's a big breakdown. How are regional banks today? Yeah, regional banks are also just getting done and dusted right now. Wow, look at them sell Wells Fargo here. That's some heavy volume that's just coming into that name. That's crazy. I don't know if there's news. Wells Fargo going negative. Wow, look at them sell that name. Some of your financials guys are really taking on the chin here. I wonder if Citigroup's seeing the same sort of selling. Not as much. Bank of America. Holy, the wicks are getting crazy. Volume's getting intense. All right, guys, batter up is Amazon. Batter up is Amazon. Whoops. That is the first earnings to be on deck here. You guys want me to stay with you for a little bit through these earnings? You guys want me to stay with you on these earnings? Always? Anonymous, you can report it. You can report it. Yeah, so that was MOC. Basically, they're the market on close orders. It's basically submitted by your larger institutional investors, the index funds, algorithmic traders, to ensure that they execute at the end of day price. So basically a big buy or sell program in the market. More often than not, it's a big buy program because that's just what happens. Amazon is set to report. Yes, basically busting through the new lows there. SPY still sucking. How's Nvidia? This is the behemoth. It's the stock that everyone wants. SPY dripping lower, guys. SPY dripping lower. All right, so wish me luck on First Solar. Wish me luck. Pray for me. Pray for me. Pray for me. Wow, look at them knifing SPY, guys. SPY new lows. Holy moly, Mother Mary. That is crazy, guys. Dumping SPY, guys. Holy moly, look at them ripping this market apart. Ripping it. Will Apple and Amazon save the day, or will they just melt this market lower? Time will certainly tell. It is going to be very interesting to see what transpires here. I am excited. Lots of opportunity in the earnings season, guys. Lots of opportunity. 2 minutes left until the market close. We are still seeing this market drilling to the downside. Anyone still in your puts, you're getting paid, 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 paid. Laughing to the bank. Laughing to the bank. So we got Amazon at 401. We got MicroStrategy at 401. Roku 405. Team Atlassian 405. Riot 401. Gilead 402. MPWR 401. Vale at 4 o'clock. Let's see what happens here, guys. We got earnings coming out. SPY, new lows, piercing 680. Wow, I don't even want to look at what my puts are worth now. That is filthy. Let's see. Actually, you know what? They're not really worth that much more considering where we sold because there's not much time. We actually picked the low on that candle. So despite price going lower because time is against us, our 681s really didn't go any lower than what was there. So all right, guys, that is pretty much the market session. Let's flip to our regular trading hours here as we're going to have some market moving events. Amazon is set to report earnings here. We will bring you them live. You'll see the reaction. Let's flip to First Solar's chart here as well. Since we are, oh no, they dumped it into the close. Crazy. Let's see what happens here for First Solar. Let's go. We got some earnings coming out. Amazon revenue estimate is 177.81 billion, EPS $1.57. Big pump there on Amazon, ripping to the upside so far. Amazon is flying in the after hours. Big pump on Amazon. Amazon third quarter EPS $1.95. Big beat on the EPS, guys, for Amazon. A stunning beat on the EPS. Huge beat. $1.95 EPS. Big beat for Amazon on the EPS. Stock is absolutely ripping. 182 billion in revenue. Massive beat on the rev. Massive beat on the EPS side, guys. Crazy. Look at that. Ripper. Amazon is ripping. Holy moly. Amazon closed at what? 227. It's ripping. Bezos is celebrating. Party on, dude. Party on. Look at that. Ooh, First Solar, I'm getting wrecked. There's my one for none so far. Friggin' First Solar, you suck. Come on, you better do something here for me, First Solar. Damn, but look at Amazon up about 8.5% in the after hours, guys, and showing some strength. So very solid earnings for Amazon. Very solid report so far. We'll see if it can hold to its gains. But it's a double beat for Mr. Amazon. Where is First Solar earnings? So many earnings coming. I can't even keep up with my feed here. It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. But definitely stellar quarter for Amazon, guys. Great, great price action. Let's look at MPWR here. MPWR is catching a nice bid. Team Atlassian, guys, ticker TEAM, also catching a bit of a bid here. Let's look at MSTR. MSTR up a little bit, but not much. Come on, First Solar. Are you really? I picked the dead stock? Damn. Looks like my contracts are going to be worth a whole bunch of nothing. First Solar Q3 EPS $4.24. So what is that? Is that a beat? 424. What was the EPS? It comes in line. Okay. Revenue 3Q net revenue 455.9 million. Okay. First Solar sees Q3 sales of 1.59 billion. It's not horrific. They beat on the revenue in line with EPS on First Solar, so it's not horrific, but I guess Amazon's the standout stock. Yeah, Amazon going crazy for sure. Let's see what else. So we got Team Atlassian moving. Let me see what other things we have after earnings that are worth mentioning. See what Riot is doing. RIOT. That stock is just kind of flat. We also have Western Digital, WDC, guys, set to report. Stock is so far under a little bit of pressure. Just a tiny bit of pressure. We'll see what that comes out in a minute here. Comes out in a minute. But wow, look at Amazon ripping. Let's look at Gilead here. That's also set to come out here. GILD. Gilead's basically doing nothing. What about RKT? That's set to come out as well. RKT trying to catch a little bit of liquidity off of the lows. Amazon double digits. DXCM. Dexcom. See what that name is doing. Western Digital on the move, guys. Dexcom's kind of just flat here. What else we got? Twilio. Let's take a peek at Twilio. Twilio ripping to the upside, guys. But what a nice monster candle for Amazon. Congrats if you went long, Amazon. Congrats. Stryker, ticker SYK, also reporting earnings. Stryker right now just kind of mixed across the board. And then Apple's obviously set to report as well. But it's definitely a little bit later. 4:30. Apple's pretty consistent, guys. Let's look at Roku real quick. A lot more earnings are coming out. Roku under some pressure in the after hours. Crazy price action across the board. But so far, it's looking like Amazon's coming in and saving the day. Can they make it a double beat in both Amazon and Apple. If they do, markets will absolutely rip tomorrow. We should rip tomorrow if Apple comes in. 4:30 p.m. guys. I'm not going to stay on for Apple, but that's a little bit later. But definitely some interesting price action. We will see what Apple wants to do after hours. It's getting a little bit of a pop. Again, I think Apple's going to gap up. We will certainly find out. We will find out right away. What else can we look at? What is shaking and moving here? 4:06 p.m. Let's look at ticker Z, Zillow. That's under some pressure in the after hours. How's RKT doing again? Yeah, nice little spike up on RKT, trying to make a move here. RKT is spiking. Coinbase wicking around here. So RKT actually did a nice double beat, guys, on both the top and bottom line. 100% beat on EPS, 1.34 billion in revenue. So RKT could rip, guys. Nice solid report there for RKT. Nothing really concerning or surprising. Nothing crazy. Oh yeah, let's look at Reddit. That should be out. RDDT. Wow, big drop down on Reddit and then a spike up. Reddit earnings coming in at 499.6 million revenue. Big beat on the revenue and a massive beat on the EPS, guys. 136.84% beat. That is a blockbuster report for Reddit, guys. Stunning, stunning earnings for Reddit. Wow. Big move for Reddit. That's a solid report, guys. I would look at trading that one tomorrow just based off of that huge double beat for RDDT. Let's look at Twilio here. Twilio also did a nice double beat. Huge beat on the EPS for Twilio, guys. That is the theme. Twilio is 60% beat on EPS. Revenue coming at 1.3 billion, which is a 3.8% beat. Wow. Some crazy reports, guys. There's actually some solid earnings after hours here, some massive beats. Cloudflare ticker NET is set to come out as well. That's still set to report. Looking deeper into Roku, if we look at Roku's chart, Roku also printed a double beat, but the revenue came in a little bit lighter than what the market, I mean, it's still a beat, but kind of just in line with the revenue. It wasn't really a beat. The EPS was pretty solid on Roku. It's 100% beat, but that revenue is a little bit flat. So that's kind of why it's selling off here. Let's see what else we got going. Again, Apple's still set to report 4:30. They're usually pretty good with their timing. We looked at Team Atlassian. Team Atlassian earnings are also a double beat. Revenue is not that impressive, but it's still a beat for ticker TEAM. Stock is gapping up. EPS on Team was a huge beat, guys. We're talking a 113% beat on EPS for ticker TEAM. That is a monster EPS beat. Stock you can clearly see is breaking out of a bullish inverted head and shoulders, looking primed and ready for a run. So ticker TEM, nice report there on the EPS side. Really solid. All right, guys, that's pretty much it for the session. Again, stay tuned for Apple. That is still the biggest market cap reporting. We're talking about a $4 trillion report set to come up. If we look at what the S&P 500 is doing in the after hours, you can see it has had a nice fat candle. Basically, they closed the S&P down at the lows 679.83 and we're already trading at 681.75. Again, if Apple comes in solid, tomorrow is a face-ripping rally in the major indices. So just keep that in mind, guys. Apple expectations are what? Apple expectations revenue estimate 101.83 billion, EPS $1.75. All right, guys, thank you all for tuning in. Great trading session today in the live trading room. Massive wins.
in the market, 3 for 3. So good job if you were able to profit with us. We will do this all again tomorrow. Hopefully my Apple Lotto pays, or else I'll be 0 for 2 on the earnings Lotto front. First Solar, not really doing what I wanted it to do. Those contracts are going to be absolutely worthless on me unless it makes some sort of a V-shaped recovery on pure market strength, which it could, but I'm not holding my breath. Hence, it's why a lotto. So sorry about that little lotto trade, but we will be back in action tomorrow for a FAFO Friday. Cheers, everybody. Take care. Great profits day.